Fucking YouTube sucks, man. Alright, we're live. So, forgot my hat. I like that hat. Yesterday I streamed for 4 hours, and I'll explain this whole changing of the title thing, because yesterday I was able to just stream without changing the title. In fact, I was able to edit the title while I was live. So it was live like this, and it was using the title from this last one. I had 2 of these, and then I changed it to a new title that was, "Can I edit this while I'm live?" As proof that I was live while I was editing it. And I think I could change the title now, but the whole point is that I hadn't changed the title to a new one. It was using the same one as before, as it has done in the past. Like this, we have a software problem stream. There's 2 of them with the same title. There's probably more of them. The making of the WebOS. These are just like tests. I think I just messed up and started over. They're not worth watching. But the point is, I thought you could just push the stream button on OBS here to start the stream, and then it would just start capturing the video. Like, it says it's connected, it looks like it's connected on this end, but then it's just not saving the data on YouTube's end for whatever reason. Now, it's possible it saved it somewhere and you just can't see it in the dashboard, but it's essentially looks like it's not saving it. So now I can see it's live, I changed the date and whatever. Now, the point of me telling you this is that if you're ever streaming, you have to change the title or else it deletes it. And the bummer is that I'd basically tried to reuse the stream, where I just was being lazy, and I had stopped streaming after this long 4-hour one here, and then I had restarted it, but and while I had restarted it, I don't remember what I said. It wasn't all that important. I was just sort of thinking out loud as I normally do, but Google Ads support called me. The Indian lady from, I don't know what, it couldn't understand half of what she said, but it was perfect because, like, I had my phone right next to, I had it on speakerphone, which is probably part of the audio quality problem. It'd be nice if I could get, like, the actual source audio from a phone call onto a recording, but, like, do I have to get a special app and make sure to push record, and then I have to, like, switch apps in the call. I have to, like, open the thing up real quick and push record. And then can I do an audio test? Because, like, half the time these things, like, work once and then won't work the second time for whatever stupid reason. So that would be a pain in the butt that I wouldn't look forward to. So anyway, I thought it was kind of cool that I had the whole setup, or at least I thought I was capturing the audio. And I was actually enjoying the whole conversation because it was, like, the poor lady was trying to do her best, but, like, it was just a really bad system. And I was trying to point out to her that this is actually a really bad system, and what you're saying doesn't actually make all that much sense. Maybe she kind of understood that at some point, and was basically, the gist of it was, I'd spent $100, $90 on YouTube ads, and I got all these clicks and impressions. 90,000 impressions. Man, Google's so fast. Look at it. It's loading. Look at the loading bar just spamming around. It's probably just, okay, there we go. All right, so 87,000 impressions. And, like, these view numbers bounced around, and I think these are, like, the 30-second views. And so only, of the 90,000 people who started the video, only 400 of them watched past 30 seconds. And allegedly 1,000 of them clicked, but I mean, I think these are misclicks, and even I think a lot of these impressions are bots, and so a lot of the clicks are probably bots, and so I'm probably paying for a bunch of, bullshit clicks and bullshit impressions, which is, I'm really paying per click, so the impressions are kind of like, I guess it's, if they're bots, then it's really more the clicks, but if I'm paying for 1,000 clicks and 13 people watch the second part of the video on the landing page, which is, I believe it's this one. Yeah, this part 2 video here. It's really my only analytic on this whole kind of marketing flow, is how many people land on this page, I don't know, and then how many people click on the video to watch it. I was able to go into the analytics for
So
this
YouTube
one.
and this whole content, this kind of like...
It's not a great video, but some people watched it. So yeah, this is the number of views, and it jumped up from, it was like 30, yeah, about 34 before I started the ads, and it jumped up to, I don't know why I was thinking it was 13. So that seems like more. Maybe it like adjusted again. I don't really remember. Like, there's so many numbers bobbling around in my head now in terms of trying to remember and figure out all these numbers and what they mean. Here's my, I finally got a retention graph here. But like, okay, so if a view, there's a lot of questions here. I should have asked the lady, although she's not like a YouTube expert. Anyway, if there's 73 views, these are like 30 seconds or more, I think. So if we go to this curve, and this thing is saying that by, is there not no increment between 0 seconds and 50 seconds? But I guess the question is I would assume that this is 100% of total views and not of my counted views. So like the 400 some views that are the 30 seconds are somewhere in this range. Like this peak up here is like a much larger number that they don't tell you. I mean, YouTube should tell you like impressions or like video starts, and then give you the whole curve all the way down and say like, this is where we count views, start counting views for like our display purposes and metrics for whatever. But it's kind of confusing. There's a lot of different view numbers, and apparently in Google Ads, an interaction for video views, an interaction can be like a click or anything else for different types of ads, and it is a click. So I think these 1,000 clicks are part of the interactions, and then it's also views, but it's like a shorter view. Like, so clearly it's not just views plus clicks, because that doesn't add up, but it's like a shorter view duration than this. So this I think is 30 seconds, and this might be 10 seconds or 5 seconds or who knows, 15 seconds. I don't know if they tell you. I don't know if I care that much. But I had asked ChatGPT to summarize the first 10 minutes of one of my videos. I forget which one it was, though. Which one did I do? This one. Can I edit this while... So this is my stream from yesterday. And here's what it told me about the first 10 minutes. Briefly troubleshooting their live stream and updating the title. Personal life. Mentioned wearing the same clothes as the previous day, reflecting on their busy but challenging life. They're trying to succeed online while also managing family responsibilities. Social media struggles. They express frustration with their lack of growth on YouTube, feeling shadow banned, and discuss the challenge of gaining traction on social networks. Creating a social network. They contemplate creating their own social platform, but highlight the complexity and high cost of doing so. Entrepreneurial challenges. They reflect on their entrepreneurial journey, mentioning an interest in building a tech company, a social network, making a significant impact on the tech industry. They mentioned spending $100 on YouTube ads with no results, and express a sense of struggle, emphasizing the difficulty of life, the need for independence, and their belief that they have the potential to be successful despite the challenges. I wanted to do the whole thing. I tried to copy all 4 hours of it, but it was too long, and then I tried to copy 1 hour of it, and it was too long. And then I tried to copy a half hour of it, and it was too long, so then I just went with 10 minutes, and finally it worked. Getting the AI to do like bigger tasks and like, more tasks to completion rather than little bite-sized chunks I think it's very doable. You just gotta like jump through some hoops to set up an API to make it work properly. But okay, so we're already 10 minutes into this goddamn thing, and that's how time flies. But it's partly why I've been streaming, because it sort of holds me accountable a little bit more. I'm talking out loud to myself. The house is empty. I can do this on Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesday mornings for a little bit until my wife gets home. I was trying to do a little bit streaming a little bit yesterday while I'm kind of just thinking out loud, and Penny, my daughter's in the other room and asking me questions about what I was saying. She's just kind of curious. That's not bad, but it's like it's distracting for me. Not just her interruptions, but like just the whole presence, right? Like I can't drop F-bombs. I can't say like stupid shit that I wouldn't want them to hear per se. Now, I mean, this is on the internet forever, like I could delete them, I think, but somebody might download it or copy it or record it first. So I'm running the risk of publicly humiliating myself forever in doing this. And that's what's so crazy about it is like, I think it's a good idea to get myself comfortable and get some exposure, but it's weird. So I was thinking, I keep trying to believe in my idea and come back to, I'm going to point this down and now you're going to see a bunch of this shit on the floor. It's like a shoe shelf that I made out of wood over here that I should probably just throw away. I told my wife we should throw it away, and she's like, oh no. It's spent a decent amount of time on it, but it's literally just plywood sheets that are joined together into a shoe shelf. Doesn't really go there, but it's like we got a lot of shoes and there's a bunch of shoes on there and I don't feel like dealing with it right now. Same with like my whole fucking life basically is just, well, life beats you back, right? And you can keep trying to like overcome the bullshit in life, but I have a feeling that life is way too easy at times and way too hard at times, and it just kind of comes and goes randomly, and it's really strange. Like, random headaches and just, some bullshit that appears that like kind of pops out of nowhere where you didn't expect it. You can't seem to fix it. It doesn't go away. There's not much you can do about it. You spend a ton of time just like messing around with it, trying to like, I don't know whether it's some medical issue. Like I had this lung problem that just kept going to the doctor that, never really, it's gotten a little bit better, but it's still kind of there. And I just spent a ton of time with it, and I don't know what's going on with, there's certain things that are in our control, certain things that are out of our control. And well, I've sort of just started letting things go. It's just like, look, if life doesn't want me to actually accomplish my goals, then I don't want to live here anymore. So, well, I mean, that's been the case for decades. And I've been trying to use those goals to like keep myself motivated and optimistic and working on something. The monotony of life of just, driving the kids around and cleaning dishes, and it's so draining and bad. And the thing you have to understand about me is that I feel like I have massive potential, like Elon Musk level potential, and I'm down here right now, obviously. And so this is my burden. It's like this, I carry this weight around with me. It's like I could be a billionaire with a badass yacht and traveling the world and doing cool things. That's what I want. Obviously, everyone would want that, right? Apparently not. Can't seem to get anyone to... Well, I mean, maybe everyone are these like NPCs that know that life is rigged and trying to get successful is, stacked against you because it seems doable, but the actual steps to get it done, once they pull the chair. So you'll have spiritual help to get to the base of the mountain. And so it seems like a good idea and seems like, ooh, yeah, I could do this. And then once you like start climbing, they're like, sorry, we can't help you anymore. And then it's just kind of like, not sure which way to go here, and not even sure if I'm going to be able to finish this thing in my lifetime. So obviously that's a bit of a problem in the whole climbing the mountain thing, like getting from here to top of the mountain. And so I've been losing hope and trying to stick with it, but I mean, I'm barely hanging on. Like it's I'm trying to do some basic things to help out around here, my main job at the house is to get the kids up and ready for school. It's not so hard because I get angry and yell at them if they're not ready on time. And they, like Penny was crying today when I was yelling at her because she took 20 minutes to start eating her breakfast. And it's like, I was playing chess and I'm such a crabby mood all the time. Like even after I'm drinking coffee now and been up for an hour. But when I first get up, I'm not in a great mood. My brain's barely working, depending on, how much I drank the last night. I'm barely functioning, right? Like, well, I mean, if I don't drink, or if I don't, it's not like I'm drinking so much. I occasionally get a surprise hangover, but I can also drink a lot and not get a hangover. But the drinking is not even that big of a deal, I think. It's like, yeah, it numbs the pain, and it kind of sucks these days because I drink a lot and don't feel anything, so that kind of sucks. It's usually like the first beer or two that are the best, and then I should just stop after that. But I guess the point was I've quit drinking and smoking and, well, using cannabis and coffee even for, 3 months last year was kind of my go of it, and it was just miserable the whole time. It didn't get better. It was just kind of like, I toughed it out. Like every month was like, man, I hope this gets better because this is not sustainable. Like I just hate this. And I was going to the gym 3 days a week, and that was just draining. And I think if you remove all of all the things propping you up, like the caffeine, that's your energy. And so if you take that away, then you don't have any energy. Now, I have a little bag of treats here that I've been using to elevate my brain state. And I probably shouldn't, but honestly, like, I could just go take a nap and not do anything today if I weren't trying to elevate my brain state and do something creative. Now, I think what I should do today is edit some video on stream. See, every time I sit up straight, I get way too tall. Then if I lean back, then now it's, I need a camera that, like, maybe I just need to put it further away so it doesn't matter so much, but editing video is hard. It's a lot of decisions, and what comes first, what comes next is kind of the basic decision, but then you have audio and video and motion, and really it's about the purpose of each little bit. Like, what do you want the audience to see and feel and think and whatever, and can you make it great? It kind of has to be good, at least. And if it's a little bit cheesy, like my last edit, I don't know if it probably is partly the music. I think maybe rather than doing the, I'm just going to throw DaVinci on the big screen here so that I don't have to look sideways. It's going to be a little bit wonky, but I'll put on my headphones so I can hear this thing. Let me put OBS on the other monitor so I can just monitor the audio levels and stuff. I do like that part. Now this part where it starts doing the intro to the Fur-Elise is a little bit cheese. It's like it goes from kind of epic to I think maybe just silence while I'm talking about something, and then maybe later we bring in these parts. And I wonder if these are like good. So I kind of marked on here, these blue markers are the kind of sentences, the different pieces of the song. The goal. And so this is audio. The reason I've clipped this is that I was kind of Sometimes it's nice to be able to raise and lower the audio levels. It's not super easy to do on here. When you raise and lower this, it jumps way too far to be manageable. I'm not sure if zooming in should logically help, but I don't know if it does. Let's see. Oh yeah, that helps. But it's kind of awkward to have to do that. Anyway, so ducking the audio levels is basically like sometimes you want some loud, powerful music, and sometimes you want it to get quieter. So here, like this little bit, it comes in for a few seconds and then goes back down while I talk. Let's see what this looks like. With a specific goal. I mean, you can barely hear it, but it's kind of that do-do-do-do-do, and then there's like an electric guitar that comes in, kind of hits. And I was thinking I could probably clean up the timing on this a little bit. Let's do this again. I mean, it actually does hit, this slide change does hit pretty good. I think maybe it's this audio. Let's see if we can just... Andrew Carnegie was the original mastermind. That seems a little bit tighter. So instead of having it, the music and slide hit at the same time, and then the audio came a little bit late. Andrew Carnegie was the original mastermind. He knew little about steel, but by bringing together the best steel minds in the world, he was able to create the world's largest steel company. I have a lot of ideas for different mastermind communities, but one thing I'd like to focus on is digital production, which is basically hiring people to make cool stuff that you can sell online. So this pause here was really just because I wanted to... So if you're a designer, developer, I think it's because I wanted to like fit this better, but also it's kind of a big slide, and letting the music come back in and just letting that slide simmer for a second. It's a little too long, and I don't know if I could like tighten it up a little bit or just say something else to fill it. I don't know. Let's... I have a lot of ideas for different mastermind communities, but one thing I'd like to focus on is digital production, which is basically hiring people. That seems to come a little bit quick. Thing I'd like to focus on is digital production. I don't know, should that come in on the slide enter on the digital word or the production word? Digital production, which is, I think a little bit sooner is better so that people can kind of like register it. To focus on is digital production. I think that works. It's basically hiring people to make cool stuff that you can sell online. So if you're a designer, developer, or you're just interested in startups and technology and making money online, I forgot to experience this pause digital here, production, which is basically hiring people to make cool stuff that you can sell online. I mean, the music coming back in, it's like, it's not the best song, but I paid some guy $20 to make this song, and I kind of like it, so you can sell online. So if you're a designer, developer, and the song builds up to this epic edit part, which is... It must be this part right here. Developer, or you're just interested in startups and technology and making money online, you can come join my Discord mastermind community. Yeah, I don't know. I put this in here the other day. I'm not sure what I would say with this part. I mean, the music cuts out right about here. And so I could say some, I don't know, like I could re-edit the music and the levels, and there's a million things. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can just cut the music out or like fade it out and then have kind of some silence and then bring in any one of these parts at any point and kind of then fade it back out again, where it's just like little hints of music rather than have this kind of overdoing it. I mean, if you know for Elise, there's, you know, it's kind of a cool song that's got a fair amount of variance and like those kind of more solo-y parts. And I like the way the guy did it. I think he did a good job.
So I think this is really cool. Like it just fits so well with the music. Like it's good timing and kind of picks up. Well, so I did kind of 2 beats per slide at the beginning, and then go into 1 beat per slide, so it actually goes faster. So yeah, so it's a long slide, 3 long slides, and then this one goes half the time. So like, it feels like it's speeding up, right? It's cool. But it's wait, do I need an extra slide there? Was there an extra? Yeah, when it goes black, it's kind of like it could go to either another slide, or the black isn't actually terrible because it is like another transition. The thing I was going to say about these is that they're quite jarring. Like the transition from one to the next is a lot of flashing kind of change of scene. And so an alternative, so I guess the alternative would be something like this, where it's this is actually subtly different background, because I was messing with some lighting gradients to try and make it look like there's some like light shining on it. I don't really like how it looks. It's just moderately distracting, but using the same background, going from one slide to the next, makes the transition a lot smoother, especially if it's like an identical background. Then all you see is and frankly, putting a transition on it would be pretty easy. And I think I did that. Like, so right here I have like these transparent images that transition in.
The best is the WebOS.
So like this WebOS thing is like a transparent image that transitions in on top of the solid color.
The WebOS.
The solid color is this kind of gray color.
The WebOS.
Well, and so I could pretty easily get, in fact, I think I did just get the galaxy. Let me see if I can find the background, the spacey background. I thought I exported that by itself. Dark background. So this is a background. This isn't exactly the one, but this is actually a pretty cool background. Although it's got the letterbox going on, and I don't think I wanted to do that. I could go get it, and let's do it. Let's get Figma over here. Let's find the bullshit. Zoom out. Where's my grid background? So this is one of the ones that I was thinking I could use, that I've been using a lot. But like, okay, conspiracy theories and auto layout are like, I was streaming when I was making these, and I was just talking about the auto layout that I was using to make this slide, and so that's what kind of came out. But these are very different topics, and using the same background. That's funny. Way too many slides here with the same background, and so then it just kind of loses its effect, I think. So keeping it kind of like a little bit more concise. Here's at least one of them. I'm not sure if this is, so that I changed the background subtly on a couple of these, or at least at one point. And so I think maybe this one is brighter than this one. I think maybe I dimmed it. I don't even know if I can see. There's like, yeah, all these exposure settings. Yeah, I think this one is darker. No, this one looks brighter. What? I don't know. What the hell is going on here? This exposure setting, but maybe it's the other ones. I don't know. Anyway, they're clearly different, and this one looks darker to me. Like, if you look at these bright areas here versus here. And that's bad. I kind of realized it and was like, oh, whatever. I didn't feel like dealing with it at the time. But now if I'm going to try and transition from one slide to the next, and I want the background to be the same, now I've just shot myself in the foot and have to or I just have to re-edit them and make sure to use the same. All right. So how do I don't know if I can convince people that I'm like some sort of, entrepreneur or rock star that they should invest in or something. Like, that's kind of what I might move towards in the future, but right now I'm just a doucher sitting in his home office, using his computer, trying to find the grid. Where is that fucking grid, man? So I was thinking this could be a cool bit here where I didn't really fix this yet. Let's see if we can do this real quick. So part of the thing about using Discord that just sucks is that it's, I feel like this is too big. Whenever you have these box things, like, you gotta be careful with the padding and not too small, not too big. That looks better. This whole thing is, okay, the reason why this box doesn't line up is because doesn't have the right auto layout, essentially. And it should probably actually be fill rather than hug. And then this whole thing can essentially be aligned a little bit differently. And that doesn't make such a difference now, but the idea here is that you could have marketing. And then I'm sure people have seen these this animation technique. So if you like right aligned all of these, and I don't know if that's the best way. Maybe we split this up and center align the gap here. That's kind of what I'm feeling would look the best. But essentially we want to jump from one to the next. So let's see if I can figure this out. I think we keep the same layout on this thing with the padding. If we just pull this out to here, can't do that. Shift A, fill. All right, so now each of these has its own wrapper, and I mean, I could go into this. Well, I could just Control Shift G to ungroup that one, and then put this one on fill, and then it actually just takes all the space. Then the spacing on this is controlled by the parent spacer slider here. The gap is, I guess, what that would be. This should be right aligned. Sometimes you can do it with the alignment panel, the auto layout panel here. Sometimes you have to go in, so there's a frame here, which is this blue box, and then this blue box inside of it is the text box. And if that's set to fill, then right aligning this one doesn't do anything to align the text. Then you have to go into the text layer and do the text right align. And so that's kind of complicated and annoying, but it's one of the things that can be improved. I think this is too big, right? I don't know, should this be a little bit smaller? It just feels like it's overpowering the other one. Like if it's a little smaller, and then maybe a little less on the... Oh, this isn't working because we stretched it out. That's why it looks a little big. Maybe that's why it looks off. It does look wedged in there. But if we did the thing that I was talking about, it's like video or YouTube. Now these look imbalanced, and even though it is center aligned here. Is it though? How wide is this? 900 and only 700. I thought this was supposed to be fill. Sheesh. All right. So yeah, I don't know. That it looks more like a big button or something than like a tag or like a, I don't know, label or a logo even. Like this is sort of like the subcategory of the mastermind, right? And so I was going to kind of cycle through these where if you shift or if you transition between these two slides, then basically all the appearances that the word marketing changes to YouTube. And then I cycle through all the things like social media, marketing, web design, development, apps, games, 3D animation, motion graphics, like all the things. And so all those things, those are really my topics that I need for my social media website. And so one of the things I'd like to figure out is how to build all of the words into... This is kind of a cool little bit here. I don't know why these aren't laid out properly. Should this be fixed or hug? Doesn't really matter. That's kind of what I was doing a second ago. But yeah, so creating like a Word database for my website where each topic can be essentially like its own mastermind community that's definitely the way to go. That's why that was kind of the point of this thing is I wanted to explain to people like Discord is good, but it's not great for organizing lots of information. And Notion is better, and I could try and set something up in Notion, but I mean, I could. Definitely could. Notion, you know, I can publish it as a website. I can link an ad there. I don't know. Can you put analytics on a Notion website? Let's see. Let's grab a new tab. Can you put Google Analytics on a Notion page? You can connect to Google Analytics. So that would help, you know, kind of sort through all the bullshit on the ads. Can you put a Facebook pixel on a Notion page? Huh, that looks cool. Sort of a tag manager for Notionlytics. That's kind of cool. I'm not sure if I would trust it because you're kind of giving it the keys of the castle, but it's free. Now, if it's free and open source, then you can look at the source code, and this is a promoted video editing 101. Where to start? Movavi video editor gives you smooth montage, one-click AI tools. But you gotta download it. Well, let's just click it and see Movavi video. Man, that's crazy. Like, I'd like to create my own video editor. I mean, I've only used DaVinci for a few years, and I'm a pretty lightweight editor, but and all the secondary tools are like cool, but like you gotta just start with they all fail at being just a good graphic design tool like Figma. Or like a simple one where you can actually do layouts. And Figma hasn't even figured it out perfectly, but it's the best one I've seen in terms of just alignment and spacing and telling certain boxes to fill other boxes, like fill the space and split it evenly. Like I'm starting to figure out how to do things pretty good in Figma here, but then you go over to DaVinci and it's a completely different set of tools, and you pretty much are just going back to manual alignment of everything, and so it's not as good. Now, one strategy that I haven't figured out yet that I think I could is I could even do it with something like this. I think I could get a border effect like this in DaVinci. What I'd like to be able to do is make these quick slides, like just get one background and one or two fonts like this and do all the layout in DaVinci. Like be able to create the text slides in here, and so when I'm trying to talk about shit like this, then instead of having to import all the slides from Figma, which I think there's an advantage to that, which is, you know, just the ease of use, and I can organize things way better in Figma, or well, allegedly not, but like I have the potential to like lay things out and kind of, you know, create these little scenes or like groups of ideas, and organizing things visually in Figma is way easier than in DaVinci. So I've been trying to like kind of sequence ideas together, even though like, I don't know, these aren't good. I think I just grabbed a bunch of random ones that I think this was like my second round of exporting, and so there's not really much sequence here. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. These are pretty cool, these little ribbon things. I mean, putting these on the website where I could get people to, I don't know, give them like titles or something, or mentor. I think that could, you know, if your picture was on there, that could be kind of cool. Where's my little cutout guy here? Let's copy this. He looks kind of grumpy, doesn't he? I mean, it's kind of just a straight line, but this side of my face hangs a little bit, and from a distance, it kind of looks a little grumpy. Because I am grumpy, let's face it. Probably get rid of the also this could be orangey, kind of pick that up a bit. I think the name needs to go because it just wouldn't work right. We can send this to the back, right? But obviously all these white bits, well, maybe we just make this darker. Let's see how that looks. And it needs to be smaller, and obviously this text is all fucked, but yeah, it doesn't work right now. But I mean, I guess part of the idea was that the probably don't need to reframe this with a circle. So it'd be more like, I don't know, maybe this and this, and not this, and this, and oh my lord. Can we just release the mask? I think that actually is... Wait, what? Oh my god. I think Notion gets, Figma gets a little buggy when it comes to mask groups. I don't know. Let's just leave it there. It's not important. All right. We want to get the money. We can use AI and stuff. But AI is not very editable. Like, once you have an image that it generates, like, you can't go in and change it unless you created it. And so there's still a lot of value to being able to make actual decisions. All right, here's the grid. I found the grid. It's not actually the right height. Somehow it got squished a bit. That's why that thing was jumping around, maybe. Well, so I was kind of going to just get rid of that and have the background. And how did I do this again? Export. Yeah, that's basically it. And then, so I do have this new folder for new ones. And then, yeah, if I put all the things, I don't know, this one's not quite what I want. And then, why do I have two BG colors that are the same? That's not good. I think I can darken this by jacking these up. And then it gets almost black, but I don't know, maybe that's too dark. It just seems like it doesn't stand out enough. It's too close to the background color. It's not terrible, but, and then this is really bright. Like, maybe we just tone this down to a light gray so it's just not hurting our eyes. I think it still looks white. These hard corners here, I think they'd be cooler with cut corners, but to match this thing, but I just don't have it in me to do it. Also, the inner shadows could be blurred a little bit. I think that's the bottom one that doesn't need to be blurred, but this one on top, maybe not a ton, but a couple pixels, so it's not so harsh. And bring that, I think it was a lighter color before. Actually, I don't mind it being a little, like, not blurred, but just, I don't know. So the problem with these things is, like, can you tell what's going on, or does it get confusing to the eye? And you almost want it to be a little bit stronger so that it's visible, but it looks a little bit, I don't know, that's fine. So the idea here is, again, kind of like doing these little simple transitions. So these both are the wrong size. If I put this in here, I can center it in Figma and then not have to worry about alignment. And then one idea is that I could get rid of the backgrounds of this container and export this as a PNG, a transparent PNG, and then export this as the background separately. So, I mean, it's like I got a lot of slides and a lot of ideas. I don't think it's like a lack of content that I have. It's more just the focus and getting the right message first and the right message second. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I stay away from two different brandings, like the spacey, you know, this is more business, like kind of professional look. I don't know, the game theory thing is a little bit off brand, but I don't know, this one actually could just go right into this one. Doesn't look terrible. It's well, the advantage there is that then the background could stay the same. I could even transition from this one to this one. Didn't I export this? Or maybe I was just thinking about it. So, like, I have all these layers and, like, which one goes with which. Well, I guess that's the advantage of having the... Alright, let's export this as red space BG. I don't know why caps lock was on. Whatever. Okay, and then we could export the logos. I don't know if I've done this one yet, so this would just be red DMM hexagon logo, I guess. And that one can go in there. I don't know, could this thing go on the same background? I think we'd have to invert it, but let's see real quick. I don't think we need this actually. I don't think I exported this one yet. This would be marketing logo. Let's export that one, and let's get the game theory logo by itself, where I guess we want... this is not the right size, so it wouldn't align properly. Now it throws the controller in the air, which is actually kind of fun to do sometimes. Why is that not moving? Or is it moving? It's just moving slowly. Well, the pixel nudge wasn't noticeable to me. Alright, so this is now the right dimensions and transparent and labeled properly game theory logo. Sure. So it automatically names the file here. Like, I definitely want a decent name for it. So if I name it in here, then I don't have to do it twice. And now I have it like named something similar in all locations. So it helps a little bit. Pretty sure I already have that one. I was going to try and get this one in there. And it was kind of positioned like this, I think. And then we were going to invert this to, I think we changed this to, oh, we can just go straight to white. Is that white? That's not white. Oh, because there's like a shadow on it or something. I guess it's okay. We then want to change the whites to darks. No, not like that. All right, so this one's going to go green for a second so that then we can find... Are they not white in there? What color is that text? Ah, it's like, it's all one. This isn't green text. Did I really make that green? Whoops. All right, well, so this green wants to be dark. Maybe I get rid of this one. And then this becomes height hug. And then maybe a little bit more vertical padding? I don't know. Well, so this is supposed to be white. Yeah, there we go. But it's so dark. Why is that so dark? Is it this Oh, is it this? Yeah. Maybe, well, rather than have that and get confused about why, whoops, no, that's not what we want. We just want this to be not perfectly white, so it's not hurting our eyes. And then maybe both of these kind of go down a little bit so he's kind of hiding. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks cool enough that if I saw it, I'd be like, that looks kind of cool. But, like, if I saw myself doing all this bullshit like this, then I'd be like, ew, who is this loser? So that's the objection that I need to overcome right now. And I could just not show myself on camera, but I really want people to, like, understand what I'm going through right now, which is just absolute insanity, madness, like losing my mind, depression, pain, discomfort, stress, and suicide. Like, it's really bad, and I don't want to be doing this anymore. And so, like, I think a lot of people would look at my life and think that I'm not trying hard enough and haven't been working on the right things. And being successful, like standout success, doesn't come easily to most people, and I've been trying to do it, and like if I were a little bit more focused, I probably could have done it by now. And that's kind of part of the depressing thing, is it's like I'm close, but I often feel these very small glimpses of, if I could just get the right things in the right place and like plug them together, like that would work. Like, boom, we did it. And then after I got a little success in me and like got my shit together and could just take a deep breath and like pay off my student loans and have a little bit of money to like spend on some nicer clothes or nicer things or whatever, right? Maybe hire somebody to work for me. I mean, that's a badass. Like, if you have somebody working for you, I'd say you're a badass. If there's no other criteria, then like, you know, how many employees do you have working for you? Even if you're a manager and you're not actually paying them out of your own pocket, that's still pretty badass if you're a manager. So those are the kinds of people I want. I want to find the badass motherfuckers. I mean, that's the beauty of design, right? Like, this looks pretty cool, and I don't know if it should be centered, maybe a little off center, maybe kind of like it's coming out of this little antenna thing. I don't know. Alignment is weird. It's like you just gotta kind of feel it out and be like, is this better? Is that better? Does it look off? It does look a little bit like right leaning, but the splat is on the left. That looks pretty cool though. Just changing the colors of something from, whoa, we went too far out, but from this one to this one, putting that dark background and the grid on there. And I mean, I don't mind this one either. It's really high contrast, and the dark chat blurb is less common than like a white bubble. In fact, I could make this whoops, light gray. Whoa, where's the image is white, the grid image. The grid lines are like a transparent white, so they only work on a dark. Well, then they disappear. I don't know why. I would think those white lines would still be there even if it's dark. And I'm kind of tempted to figure out why, because when I run into something I don't understand, it really makes me confused. It's not this vignette, I think they call it. There's this radial. So let me show you that great circular gradient thing is from this. It's basically just a circle that goes from probably white to probably black to black. Yeah, black with it's like partial transparency to full transparency, but then the whole thing is at 50% transparency, so it's kind of confusing. This whole thing at 100% transparency looks like this, but if you back it down to 40, 30, you know, you it's like you want it noticeable but not too noticeable, and so can't really. I shouldn't have edited this thing because now I'm gonna have to redo it. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna time travel. I don't need this one. I'm gonna just try and go back to where it said smart. Yeah, well, at least just know. I can move that over, I think. All right, now I just don't want to change this background from what it was, but I was thinking a light gray background with maybe a subtly darker grid line would look cool too, but if it takes so many clicks to fix, then clicks fix. Clicks fix. Whoops, that wasn't a good drag. All right, let's go here. Oh, this is... Oh, no, it is too... Clicks fix. I don't know, we could keep that. Something else would probably want like a mouse or something that more resembles a click. Could I get like a badass mouse icon? So the thing about icons is there's like, we have so many icons. And we have so many icons in design world. And watch this, guys. Are you ready for this? Boom! Is this an auto layout? I don't know. Boom! I don't know. Getting like a cool mouse, you know, even like a gamer mouse that's it reminds me of Stitch Fix, right? It's like this this is the solution to your clicking problems. It just came, I said fix the clicks or something, or if it takes too many clicks to fix. And I thought that was kind of an interesting thing. Let's turn this upside down to remind myself that obviously this is not what I'm looking for. But yeah, I've been struggling, so so maybe the smart people mastermind is like this business kind of looking one, and then maybe the badass motherfuckers can join me in the badass mastermind. And maybe it's all one. Maybe it's just like the $10 a month people are badass, and the free people, or you know, $10 if you want, can be focused on making businesses. That's a good idea. So this one is, well, let's just say it's free. And it's not as flashy, so it's just, where does this go? I don't know. I was just thinking it's $10, so maybe this goes back in here and just gets really big. And then we make this, well, this could get smaller. Well, the whole thing could get smaller, both of these. And then kind of balance them or something. Well, no, I was saying this is free. I need money, but like, it should be free. That's pretty big, and I don't like how these relate to each other. They could maybe separate a little bit so it's more clear that, or maybe this one needs to go on top. Maybe that, I don't know. And then this one, I do have one with the, logo already in place in there. Is that centered? It is centered, okay. And then this one would be with this font, obviously. And this is gonna be $10 per month. And it doesn't have to be caps, but yeah. And then scale this down and fill it, I believe. And then we need more space. And I don't know if, yeah, there's a lot of vertical padding, but that's not even doing anything. Why does it look so top? It's scrunching the top, and it's because this hexagon is not framed properly. And I could just go in and say frame selection and drag it up and put this. I think I'm just going to visually do it here. If I vertically center this, it can, I guess, be centered maybe both ways. I don't know. I'm really just going in this direction. Then it stays kind of vertically centered, and I think that's what I want. And I think that actually pushed this down more, didn't it? Okay, we could rewind that and look at it before and after, but sort of like, you know, evenly spaced-ish. This one's obviously a lot taller, but probably needs to be bigger just to not get the text too small. So this one could be like the digital production one. And where did that slide go? I know I got it somewhere. Digital production. I have it in purple right here, but I thought I'm sure I exported it as bam, a slide. So Control C. Should I drag that out of there? I don't know. Having multiple copies of the same thing is actually often a bad idea, but like it was kind of part of a set right there. So I wish it was like automatically linked, but I don't, and I could do it with components, but then it makes it harder to edit, so I'm just not. So I could teach people about components and like defaults and overrides, and this is like computer science 101. Computer science 101, like defaults, overrides, and this whole concept applies to like components, which are sometimes called symbols, like live editing, and it's basically inheritance. I mean, it's like the whole concept of, well, this is default plus override in real time with fallback, essentially. So at any point in time, you can override a property and then unoverride that property falling back to the default. And so if you don't set it up properly, like, you won't remember what the previous value was. And really, you just want to create a stack of settings, and then when you can pop one off the stack, an array, essentially. And that's, you know, arrays, objects, loops, functions, obviously, classes. I would say OOP. If you don't do it, you're dummy. APIs. How about Webpack and transpiling and TypeScript? I don't know about those. And React. I don't think we need any of those. Now, I mean, you could use them and you could make some badass shit with it if it worked. But like, I think absolute simplicity as a starting point is a really good rule of thumb. Just simple view class. And I have this. Like, I know how this works. I wrote one myself. I can show you it works. And simple static hosting, get powered, npm powered, aim for a universal runtime so we can run any code from any language via VMs. I mean, this is all obvious stuff though, right? Like, when people are doing it, there's like extremely technical people who do extremely technical things, and I need to find those people. Those people are my smart people. And this is what we can do. We can teach people computer science. I'd like to create a computer science university. Which logo should that be? Like, let's see if this one would. Maybe university goes down here. I mean, maybe it is digital. The Digital Universe University. That looks kind of badass, not gonna lie. Or just so the Universal University. Capsule is on. I push shift, it turned it off. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know, that was confusing. I guess Universal University sounds better. I don't need to keep them both. But what I was saying is the computer science. I don't know, we could keep toggling caps lock, which is not what I want. Computer science. Could be. That doesn't work, right? Like the university's too wide. Could go caps, but I don't think that fixes this. Is this fixed width, or is this... That looks better. If it goes caps, it might break again, yeah. Nah, I think I liked it before better this way, but I do like the caps. They're very blocky and bold, and it's just kind of fitting. Anyway, it doesn't matter what it looks like. Actually, it matters how it works, right? And so a learning platform, you need the best, to create the best university, you need the best learning management system. I'm a little upset with Jordan Peterson for not responding to my email. I mean, I'm sure he gets a million of them, but like, let's read this thing. Business at jordanbpeterson.com. Yeah. Let's bump this thing. Whoa. It's sort of like, I shouldn't need to say more, buddy. Like, all right, let's read this. This may sound ambitious, but I believe I know the future of education. A universal university. A global open source system where individuals and institutions collaborate to organize, verify, and share knowledge. I think AI helped me rewrite this a little bit, and then I added some bullshit in there about, this grand vision worthy of the attention of the whole world. It is, though. I need somebody who believes in me. I believe Jordan Peterson could make this happen like overnight. Give me 1,000 good developers and I will have the best web OS you've ever fucking seen. I mean, this is the problem here. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be overnight. Maybe it'd take me a few months or even a few years. But what did I just say? So I said, give me 1,000 of the best designers and developers, software architects, site reliability engineers, like whatever you want to call yourself, come help me build the best, simplest, easiest, fastest, bestest web OS in the whole fucking world. This is the Universal University. This is Adobe. This is, all the Photoshop and video editing, and we need better file systems. Like, life is trying to hold me back, but it's obvious, right? Obviously, all these things could be way better. Oh man, I've been streaming with. This is why I shouldn't change my camera, or I should just keep my thing on the thing. So let me quickly. Wait, what? No, not that one. This one. All right. Sorry, guys. I was doing this, and so let's back up and do it again. The Universal University is it's just an idea. Basically, it's the web OS. It's like a better content platform. So all this video editing bullshit, this is a very sophisticated program, but it's not editable by me. I can't easily write software to make the file system and the editing workflows and the hotkeys and the tabs and the timelines And well, the video code, just processing the pixels to render the video is like you got to work with codecs, and so the whole Fusion Compositor thing here. This is actually black magic, right? In fact, DaVinci Resolve is made by a company called Blackmagic, and that's pretty sus, if you ask me. What if they're actually like eating babies and shit? Anyway, I hope not. I think Blackmagic is kind of a cool idea, but like I've just seen way too much weird shit to think that it's actually worth joking around about. So, yeah, computer science. here's the best goal of the computer science university. Help me make the best goddamn web OS the world has ever seen. Okay? So, alright, so here's the fucked up part. Here's the fucked up part. This is obvious. I should have been able to do it by now by myself. Life has spiritually been fucking with me. That's gotta be a better way to say that, but yeah, like, so I have kids. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna explain this to my kids. If like somebody records all this and saves it to, get back at me or something. Well, I mean, it could be, some of the things I've said could be embarrassing later, or like, I don't know, just evident of certain situations that are seriously depressing, which is basically my life. And I mean, my wife knows this, and my kids know this to a certain extent, and so I think they just have to get used to it. That's kind of what I've concluded. I was thinking a lot about it, and well, obviously I've said all these things online, so I've pretty much already decided to go in with it. And now it's sort of like, I don't think anyone's watching, and so it doesn't really matter, and maybe someday somebody will see it and appreciate it, but there is like this slight chance that, if I do become famous, like, I don't really want to, but maybe I have to. And maybe I need to like get on camera more and yell at people more and get people to care. I should create a mastermind community. This is what I've also thought about my mastermind community. I could help others create mastermind communities. Well, so that's the funny part, right? Yes, this is potentially like a life changer for many people. We build a community that supports each other, and in doing so, we grow our audience together. We share our lives, our stories. Maybe we become friends, and we learn how to make the best goddamn web OS the world has ever seen. Okay, so am I still streaming? I don't know. My OBS is hiding behind my start menu. I really, really don't like how... So let me see if I can show you this. Alright, so the bottom part of my OBS that's got that timer, and the little blue antenna icon down here, these green bars are the signal strength, or sorry, the bit rate. And the blue thing is the time that I've been connected. So I've been streaming for 1 hour and 14 minutes, and that was hiding behind this notification pop-up bar. It's like you have to like double click on the notification to like toggle the thing and then hide it again so it goes away. And I don't think that should be... Well, so notifications can be very distracting, but like, I think it was this program actually. I'm not real impressed with it. It keeps fucking with my DPI setting. Every time I play Rivals, it goes
like these I don't know. Sometimes I slide them around to get them out of the way so I can actually click on the right one, and it's just yeah. And then you can't see on my big monitor. It starts spamming these notifications. Let's see if it does it. That was like the second one. I did change it like 4 times, so maybe it's just catching up with. So if you send a notification in real time for every change, and somebody changes something 4 or 5 times within a second, you probably don't need to send all these repeating notifications. This is a little bit. I've canceled these before, and they just keep coming. So I think we just ride that one out. Another bad thing about these notifications is they just disappear, and then it's hard to find them. I think you can go in. See, now I can't even hit the start menu. What the heck, guys? Where's my start menu? Holy shit. Yeah, so I think these are the aliens fucking with the software. I don't think I adjusted the thing that many times, and they sort of stopped, and now they just came back in another fury of alerts. What if the aliens had control of the software? What if the aliens had control of the software? But then the real question is, what if they can read your mind? Or, in other words, what if they have control of the spiritual software, which is your brain? If that makes sense. It's sort of like circuitry, but, well, I mean, I think I have a spirit. Do I have free will? Wouldn't you like to know? Alright, so I think I have massive potential, if I haven't said that already. And I also think I'm on the verge of giving up, and nobody understands how crazy that is. Like, I have massive inevitable. I mean, I kind of felt like it at times, but now it's like impossible. I don't know. Or just rigged against me. Or both like for and against me, I guess. Like, it's a spiritual game. I was gonna say potential here. I mean, if it's a battle, it kind of feels like a game. And honestly, a lot of times it feels like a game. Just weird shit. Well, like that little notification spam we just had. It feels like... I mean, it could be like some CIA guy who's fucking around with me because, you know, he's flexing his power or something. Maybe they can... maybe they can hear me right now. They can hear me right now. You know why? Maybe they can maybe they can hear. I can't talk and type. Maybe they can hear me right now. Of course they can hear me right now. I'm streaming live on YouTube. Anyone with a phone, or computer, could hear me right now if they wanted to. And now I let them off the hook. Anyone watching would be like, oh, maybe I should. But then I say they don't have to, and then they're like, oh, phew, I don't actually want to. I don't know. That's just kind of the impression I was getting. But yeah, what if they can... what if the aliens have control of the software? So the point here was I had a little notification spree. The timing and number of notifications seemed fishy. I used to keep a note called Fishy Business. What do we have in here? Let's see. She created an entire world around this guy for some reason. So I think I had seen part of it at one point, or at least Sabrina explained it to me at one point. I watched the first 2 episodes the other day. Yeah, 9/11 JFK, super suspicious. Yeah, we need to do a quiz on these. All right, so here's the quiz. This is a good note here. I like this one. Let's create a note. Let's go. I guess I can just call this Fishy Business. No, it's really the conspiracies.
I think I had a note about conspiracies a minute ago, but I know I had one in Figma. I don't know if I had one in Notion. See, this is the thing, is like I'd have to read through all these things and all right, so the Bob system is also kind of, I think I have that negative Bob. Yep. So it's, the B's are 3s. Let's see if I explain this in here. Yeah, -3 to 3. So if it's not clear here, the B's are 3s. It's just when you write -3, 0, 3, -3, 0, 3, it looks like -BOB almost, or at least it's just, I don't know why I connected the system with Bob. Bob's my builder, making his website, so and it looks a hell of a lot like BOB. So anyway, the -3 to 3 thing is about standard deviations. Yeah, there was a song Rachel used to listen to. I think there's a musician named Bob, right? I forget about that, but my memory's kind of shite. Yeah, so this thing about exponential precision is it's like, well, it's just a non-linear scale. So 2 does not equal like 1. 2 times 1. Essentially, right? Isn't that what that means? So like a 2.0 on the scale is 2 standard deviations, which is like value-wise not 2 times 1. That's more than that. And so you kind of have to look at the percentages. I think I should probably pull those up at some point. I could do that right now. I'm feeling a little wavy, so my my spirit, let me look at myself when I'm saying this, just so I'm have someone to talk to here. It's getting kind of lonely. So it's weird, man. Like the potential and like the situation I'm in, where I'm being kind of like not forced, but I'm really leaning into this depressing startup, right? I could make like a cool graphic about the depressing startup and just bait people into it. It could be something, I don't know, like one of these. That's kind of gay though. I don't know. The purple is like a little fruity or flashy or whatever. Doesn't look bad, but gradients are kind of, I don't know. It's like interesting, I guess. So I think maybe we're going to go. So this one doesn't even have the second font here, and it's stacked the wrong. What the fuck? All right, this goes this way. Oh, and then it fixed it. Okay, that was weird though. This must be fixed width. Fill, probably. Way too much padding here. So fixing layouts is not my favorite thing to do, but it's sort of useful. It's just once you get so many things, and then it's like you don't want to have to fix it every time you use the thing. I guess it doesn't take that long. I have startup. And then this one, we make a big, oh, what? Fill, right? Why did that go sideways? I don't know. Maybe if this thing is set to center, and then we click on it and scale it, I think that's it. Yeah. This could be smaller, and maybe, I don't know. It looks more inspiring than depressing, but what does it mean? Well, so the idea just kind of hit me is like if I tease people with an idea and not tell them what it means, then maybe they're interested in it. And what if it is just a Gumroad page with a teaser video that does, I don't know, like, not a great job, but, well, so how good does the whole video experience have to be to charge money for it? So if I tried to charge like people $5 to see the story of the depressing startup, which is basically just me and my life, which is mildly interesting. It's like kind of more depressing, but the thing I mean, I can't really promise that you're going to enjoy it. So if you don't want to buy it, don't. It's kind of the thing. But the people who do buy it, who are interested in stories and potentially interested in helping me, maybe the depressing startup isn't me, but the WebOS. But like the thing is, the WebOS is me, obviously. Where is the WebOS? I've changed that logo a few times. I like the slanty ones, but the straight one here is also pretty cool. I think we can just copy this and put it somewhere. I was here a second ago. No, but I was... I should make like a mind map where I start scaling these things properly, where like WebOS stuff is over here. Boom! Doesn't that look nice? All of a sudden it gives context to these tiny things. And then all the WebOS stuff could go up there. But frankly, this is all like WebOS stuff, right? This stuff definitely is. I don't know why I put this stuff in a section, but let's make this. I mean, I could, is it S tool? Is this section tool? No, what was that? What is S tool? Down here? Slice. They moved the toolbar, so I was looking around for it. Section, Shift S. A little awkward. I haven't used Shift S for anything. Well, I'm not sure what's going on there. Shift S. There we go. Select it. Move it. Gave it a white background. We don't want that. We can just turn it off. Section 2. So, can you auto layout these? Nope. Bummer. So, like, lining things up, I was just gonna like try and line things up and thought, okay, I should group them so that I can space them and they just automatically line up, and you can drag them to reorder them and all those things. Can't do it with sections. So this is one of those feature confoundments, feature fuckery. It's like, or failure, feature failure. Probably better, kinder word than the fuckery. I'm not at that point right now, folks, if you can't tell. Did it not grab these? Oh, no, it did, but it still puts the... So the frame labels above things, people have been talking about turning these off. You can't even see it with that background color. That's crazy. The frame here has a much darker frame label. If I select, I have to select the section and then those frame labels turn on. I don't know if you can see it where my mouse is above this thing and this thing and all of them. There's like this light blue. But I'm streaming in the wrong resolution because I'm not... Well, I could... Fuck, why don't I just stream in full... I'll try and remember to do that next time because I'd have to stop the stream, create and change the title and make sure it's streaming, and it takes me like 10 minutes to get started, so not doing that, but I could... Man, I did it again. I keep switching over the webcam because I want to talk to myself. I was talking to myself about something a second ago, but then I'm never going to be a big YouTuber if I can't figure out my inputs. Alright, well anyway, I was talking about these sections and how I couldn't get them to auto layout. So sometimes I think a fixed frame is maybe better for like these little groups of things but without background. And then like this one, I could put an auto layout on it, but it's gonna mess it all up. And really the best way to do that is to kind of think through, like these 4 things could be an auto layout. I think it'll set up the wrapping properly. Just zoom in to find the right spot to click, it seemed there, or at least I was struggling with it. Shift A to add an auto layout. All right, nothing broke, so that's good. And so as you combine these things, well, this one could potentially go in there because it's the same size, and this one really. There. Same size things should be easier to line up, right? Obviously. Now the ribbon positioning means this could be, so we have two separation sliders, two gaps here, horizontal and vertical. Now the tricky thing is when it comes to like filling the width and obeying these, I'm not sure which one, if it does, here, let's see if it can do that. My layouts are probably broken, so all these ribbons are gonna jump over, but let's see if we can fill. Yeah, see it distributes all the widths instead of, so you need like more grid controls here basically to make it like really kind of responsive. But then there's a lot of parameters you might need to get that configured properly. These things can get complicated pretty quick. But that's kind of cool that you can either have 6 up like this or this or this. Well, this is how responsive stuff works, is it just stacks up. Could I use that to make responsive columns in Figma? I've never done this before. Let's explore this idea. We have, getting some text to do this with would probably be a good idea. I do have a note somewhere. Text note. This one could work, but that one doesn't have all 3 levels of text. There was another one. I think it's the purple one, and it's somewhere right here. Boom. Okay, so we're going to copy this. Or it's this one. Are these the same? I think I changed that up a bit. Let's try this one. Control copy. I have this whole log thing here that I was working on with like dates and times, but it's just a management nightmare. Uh-oh, I'm hitting the wall here on Figma's sizing. I might need to slide everything over. I don't think I've ever done that before. That's funny. But I'm still at the wall here. Like, I don't know. What was I doing? Oh, I was trying to figure out if I could do something about responsive columns. Oh, using wrapping. I think the problem is they're not going to stretch properly. That's kind of what I was just seeing there. Is like you want them to fill the space, but also automatically resize the space with basically a minimum and maximum width. I think is how sometimes I got that to work in an automatic way, where you can use wrapping to. So the idea is you want 2 columns. Let's explain what I'm thinking here first. I'm talking too fast. You want 2 columns that stack up on mobile, so it's like 1 and 2. K to scale. Click and drag. Hold Alt so it stays roughly in the middle and doesn't jump off the screen, and then we manually center it because it's just haven't figured out a better way to do that. Alt click and drag to duplicate, change it to a 2, center it in the frame. Okay, so, and then on desktop, we want them to stack up. These aren't actually the same size. So now this needs to be recentered. I don't know if that one is. All right, anyway, and you can't tell that they're different. You can't see the line in between. So easy way to just see the second column is change the color slightly. Anyway, these are not centered properly, not laid out properly. I would consider myself a layout expert. I'm sure there's people who understand layouts in a different and more complex way than I do, but it's what I deal with a lot and what I've gotten kind of, I wouldn't say great at, because it's always throwing me curveballs and it takes a lot of clicks to get them set up, but I know there's a better way. Well, anyway, so we Shift A to add auto layout, and then by default it doesn't wrap. We can turn on this button here in the auto layout panel to turn on wrapping, and they will stay fixed size and wrap automatically. And so if this were like a website and you have like multiple sections, Shift A, duplicate this 3 times. Let's see if we can get this set up. These probably aren't set up. Oh, they are. These are set to fill, and so it's automatically wrapping. So that's the idea, is that you can turn these websites into desktop websites, and you don't have to stop it. Or like you can have as many columns as you want. You can have 4 columns. 6 columns maybe on big monitors, but for small things. Anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But like, yeah. So you can have columns that stack. And if you've ever made a website, you know how that works. If you resize a browser on websites, you can watch all the content stack up. And you might think like, oh, that's pretty easy, right? Well, it can be pretty simple and easy if you know what you're doing, but if you don't know what you're doing, and then also when you get into tricky situations where you have too much stuff crammed in, and it's not always gonna, your website's not always automatically gonna stack up real nicely like this. Essentially, is the point, is that when you start doing complex layouts with like navigation bars and menus and pop-ups and all kinds of things, the fact that everything starts moving around makes it way more complicated. The logic that you used before in terms of positioning things and sizing things and when and how it wraps, there's a lot of settings, and it's not always clear which ones you want to use. So I'm going to switch over to my camera again to come back to real life, because my mind's getting a little wavy. Like I kind of lose that train of thought, and I kind of feel lost and not really sure where to go next. And that's not a great feeling. I can drink more coffee. That's usually my go-to. Like, need more power. It's still warm. Warm coffee is, well, it's like quite warm. It's not hot. I let it cool down quite a bit in the French press while playing chess, and sometimes it sits there too long and loses all its like steam. Did I get Uncle Tim that little steam toy? I got Uncle Tim a steam toy where you put like this little, what was it called? It wasn't a Stirling engine, was it? I forget what it was called, but it's like this steam-powered engine. It's got like a diaphragm, basically like this seal that gets, it's a piston. It's a piston that gets pushed up and down by the steam. Basically what happens is the steam pushes up on it, I think this is what happens. And actually it's got a container, a glass container, and a metal plate at the bottom. The metal plate absorbs the steam and the heat. The heat warms the air. Wouldn't it be better if the steam just went through the middle? Like the steam actually pushed on the diaphragm? Because I'm pretty sure his had a solid plate at the bottom, and then it like transfers the heat into hot air, and the hot air rises and compresses the diaphragm inside this little like sealed tube. Letting the steam get on all of the parts might make it wet, and you might have to clean it or something, but show don't tell. All right. Steam Stirling engine. Yeah, one of these. Sunnytech. I think that might have been the one I got him. This is a really cool gift. Like, well, if for somebody who's smart and likes cool things, it's like a cool desk toy, I think. I should put one of these on my desk. They're pretty badass. That was $160. I bet if you made a really cool looking one, you could sell it for $1,000. If it worked really well. I mean, these are pretty cool. They have like those little brass stems in there and the brass wheel and different brass parts. That's actually pretty badass. This one's $32 and this one's $160, and I would guess they're pretty much the same product. So now this one's different. N/P King Schwang Stirling engine. Ooh, QING is like king, right? That's kind of crazy. Could create a mastermind community for Asian people that's called King. Where's my big screen? We need a logo. Which logo? Is this going to be a badass logo? Probably should be. Maybe they get the purple logo. Maybe they can join Victor Pexel. It's basically this one, but like I don't know why I have it way up here. But anyway, nope. I can't click on Mastermind. I got stuck in the... There. For some reason that worked. So this is fixed positioning for whatever reason. I didn't set up auto layout, and I'm going to run with it, but like, whoops, why are there two of those? This is what happens when you don't have your layout set up properly, is it just takes longer to edit. Now, if you only have to edit one, It's way easier than... Oh my lord, this control to select thing. I don't know why it's focusing only on this triangle here. It does look kind of cool, but I'm trying to get... Oh, what just happened? Whoa, whoa, what is that? A frame? I didn't want to put that there. I could frame these though. Well, that's really what the auto layout is. Let's try this again. Whoa, we just want digital, digital, and king, shift A, and then work out. Why? Why is this digital not in the auto layout? It was set to auto absolute positioning. If I didn't know, I recognize the icon in the list, but man, like if you didn't know what you were doing, like that's borderline a bug. It was probably set like that once by me in the past, so maybe not such a bug, but it's a very confusing thing that could take you hours to figure out if you didn't know what you were doing. So I was going to keep digital and mastermind, and then these sort of need to be scaled like this. I guess that is a cool thing about putting space in between letters, is that you have like an extra dimension. This is mixed spacing. What the fuck? You have so is this centered? I don't know if I want these. It doesn't look centered. That's the problem. Is it because this whole thing? I'm really confused what's going on here. I know looks confusing. Why is this so big? So I look at the width of each one of these things. This one is fixed width and huge, so I think we just want to change. Oh, it is set to fill. So this one must be fixed width and huge. Okay, so now I don't know if I can fill anything, because what is this one in? This one's in a fixed frame. So we're just going to keep it fixed, hold Alt. And this is partly why it looks off center, because it actually is there. Okay, so now we just shrink this down a bit. Whew! That was an adventure, folks. Glad we made it. I don't know why there's an invisible space at the end there, offsetting my text. The spacing between the top and bottom are definitely need to be different, so I'm going to use an extra frame here. I'm going to Shift A to add an extra auto layout, and it is basically just so I get this little slider here, and everything stays auto layout based, so like the sizing. You see how as I slide this, the mastermind below, anything in this auto layout will automatically move. And so keeping everything in auto layouts and using these little sliders, it's kind of a weird way to position things as opposed to like fixed positioning, but it makes sense just to keep things laid out properly. Now I'm kind of feeling, so then I use the parent one. So because I have two of them, one of them's for the parent, and the parent has this frame that has the top two, and then this text box that has the bottom one. And keeping those straight in your head is kind of important once you start wrapping stuff up. Because now there's two. There's the parent one, like the outside one, that I have this slider to control basically the spacing right there. And I was thinking I was going to pull it up on top or maybe send it behind. And I believe to do that, there's a special... I don't know if Control-Shift left bracket will work. No, that messed with the whole thing. I really just want mastermind. Control-Shift left bracket. It sends it to the top because it has the wrong stacking order, and it's confusing stacking order with layer order. I just clicked the wrong thing. What did I just do there? Lock aspect ratio. No, I didn't want to do that. What am I don't even forgot what I'm looking for. I want to send this to the back. It's an auto layout setting, I think on the parent here. Canvas stacking first on top. Ah, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? It should be on top. It's first. The fuck? Is this a bug? This feels like a bug. Of these two, the mastermind should be, well, basically this one, the first one, this frame, which has this king in there, is I don't know, I'm just thinking this through now. Digital king mastermind is a mouthful. I think maybe these just go dark and like illegible, harder to read. So there's sort of there, but we're just going to leave the thing on top because I have no idea what's going on. Control or hovering is not allowing me to select that. I think I need to dig into this one, select it manually. And what was I looking for? Oh, I just wanted this one and the mastermind. Can I control click on the layer thing here and then I could just bring the opacity down as one way to just make something kind of fade out, and then it becomes lesser. We could make it regular. That becomes really hard to read then, and then it's almost like, I don't know. I'm not buying it. It's off-centered still. There. I really wish I could. Can I just lock this? Oh man. Jesus Christ. Okay. I could try and fix this up, but it's like I have to stop and think, like, wait, what did I do? There is this, what is this? Let's turn it off. Okay, so this is the white layer, which is there's this polygon here, and I'm going to duplicate that, and it's basically just a hexagon with a border radius, which of course is this one. And the stroke is a gradient fill, essentially. The color for the stroke can be a gradient, so that's how you get this. And so it's just a quick and easy way to, well, so I duplicated it. I then I think I put this on center and put this on white. We just want a solid color and white. Okay, something like this. Maybe jacked up this is how I got the white border, and then took that triangle, which I'm no longer going to be able to select unless I unlock it, and control copy, click out here, control paste, bring this over. I don't remember if it needs to be on top. Why does it seem see-through? It's just that's just the color, but it is on the bottom. I think it might have to be on the bottom. Let's see. We also don't want the fill for this layer. Why did that not work? Whoa. Okay, I have both of them. This one can stay. This one does not want. It needs to be like a window. And then hopefully I can get it in the right spot here, because sometimes when you move these, it gets messed up. All right, so we take the triangle and the white stroke and we right click. I don't know where the mask thing went. There used to be a button for it. Actions. Oh geez, I haven't seen this before. This could be useful or really confusing. Snap to pixel grid. There's a uses mask. There used to be anyway, and it's if you can right click, uses mask. There. So now my triangle is properly masking the stroke, and that's essentially how I got that effect. And it's cool because it, like, you know, you can mess with different looks. You can, you know, put different shapes on there, and it's a very editable thing. That one looks a little busy. It's not as, like, I don't know. This one's just kind of has a little balance to it, even though it's kind of off balanced. And well, that's how you made that logo. And so King, I don't know, Wes. Oh, I was looking at those. Am I on the wrong? I'm on the wrong camera. Oh no, I'm not. Whew. Sheesh. All right. Let's stop wasting time. That one's far out of my wheelhouse. Like creating I mean, it probably would be a mastermind for Asians. Does it sound Asian? Like, it does a little bit, right? And it's the word king, which is kind of cool. Could we get Chinese people, like actual Chinese citizens? I think they're like banished from real life. But some of them aren't. Some of them are selling their shitty products on Amazon. Not just some of them, a lot of them. It's like every Chinese citizen has their own product on Amazon. It's crazy. All right, so let's see if I can kind of come back to reality. I was looking at these Sterling engines, and well, so I probably should just, well, I was talking about the survey, the Google ad to Google form. I think that's actually a really powerful thing because the email addresses are the most tangible thing in marketing. So
tangible marketing would be a really good name for a marketing company. Should we turn it into a logo? Am I gonna go back to the first one? It kind of seems better, but because I fought with this thing so much, like I don't even want to. Oh my god, this is. I think it's better to use this one because it does have a little bit of an auto layout. I think I want to go in here and turn this back off. Nope, not lock that one. Lock this one. I think I want to get the marketing going and then make it fit better and fill and shift enter to control select a parent and increase the spacing. We're going to ungroup these, control shift G so that we get even spacing. Shift enter to select parent. Increase the padding. That looks pretty badass right there, not gonna lie. Now, I would probably fix these and like make them line up here. All we gotta do is K this down and then a little bigger. A little proud, as they would say. If it sticks out just a bit, sometimes it's like, I don't know, just has a nice touch rather than, it's a little too much maybe, but you don't want it so you can play with that subtlety effect where it's like hardly noticeable, but at least it's not on the wrong side of being shy. Is being shy a bad thing? What if I could find a mastermind for shy people? What if it could be for shy Asians? The digital shy mastermind. I mean, these could all be really big ideas. Control Shift G. Don't know why I needed that special. It's because I was trying to tuck this one under the queue and it didn't even work. All right. Those are actually kind of cool. But what I was looking for is tangible marketing. And why is this so small? Is this one a better one? I don't know. These are kind of giving me a headache here. This should definitely be bigger, right? Let's fix this first. This is a fixed position frame. And so I could just match it. Well, I could just Control Shift G, right? I think I can do that. But this one's not. So it dumped these, it unwrapped these from their auto layout. And then I'm just going to see if I can transfer it. No, it's not going to work because, well, it could work if it didn't throw off the positioning of everything. I don't want it to throw off the positioning of this. And I don't think I can do the absolute positioning on it without it. Like, yeah. So anyway, we're going to back up here. We're going to put these back in the auto frame. So now I have an extra frame, but I have to deal with that, I guess. And now I make this full width and full height and try and just make it act like the parent. And you can do that by setting the left and right and top and bottom constraints. And so if this thing changes size, which, yeah, it's going to break the look unless I shift it. Well, I really just need to scale it if I'm going to. But then the strokes, that one's locked. That's why the stroke's not changing. That's weird. Usually I would think that would want to scale there. Less breakage, but yeah, I don't know. Having two frames here is a little tricky. I'm gonna put centering on this, and then I think these want to be fill generally because then they wrap properly. But I think when you K to scale these, it might reset them to like a fixed width here, and then you'd have to refill. And then it doesn't actually matter. So as long as it looks right, I think it's kind of what we're going for. We don't have any padding on here. I don't know if it's not listening to it. Maybe because it has nowhere to go. It's centered and there's nothing it can do. So this isn't a true auto layout. Like it doesn't resize with the content. It's more of a fixed layout with, I'm just using auto layout in here to kind of like put the text in the right place. And now this is looking a little small. Had all that talk about not making it too small. And digital marketing mastermind. I wanted to make a tangible, I guess that was, I don't know, worth saving. Probably not. It's just kind of the idea that there's a saying that you can edit. Anyway, tangible marketing. How do we lock this thing again? Which doesn't seem to be a great long-term idea, but tangible. And so this one is going to be bolder and whiter. Excuse me? No, the opacity was down, so yeah, that's why it didn't brighten up. And we can close that one, and then we can scale to size. And then we have, that's pretty cool looking, tangible marketing. Well, what does tangible marketing mean? It's like, well, results you can bank, really. I mean, that's really all you need, right? Like, a simple idea with the right message is way better than like a mediocre idea with a disorganized message. Less is more, right? Why did that double duplicate? That's weird. Is this left aligned? No. Should it be? Maybe. Kind of like left aligned better than center aligned, especially for reading. Should this not be caps? It's sort of a title. Should it not have the gradient? I don't know. It's fine, whatever. So, creating different mastermind communities should be kind of easy. Like, you'd want people to buy into the idea and then stick with it. Now, they don't have to stick with it, but it's just more like, you probably don't want to join if your plan is, well, again, you can join for a month, no problem. But like, if you're gonna join and then complain because it's not good enough, there's nothing to join right now. It's just me. Okay? It's just me, folks. Same shit, different day. Be here all year. Alright, so a marketing company should be pretty easy to make. And with some of the right banner ads, like, I think it could be pretty easy to drum up traffic. Well, it seems like it should be. It seems like people should recognize cool designs and good messaging. Like, if they see this and it catches their eye and they're like, wow, that looks pretty cool, and then you tell them a message and they're like, okay, yeah, I can feel that. I can feel that. Well, this could be my brother's mastermind community. It's kind of what I was thinking with Victor Pexel. Kind of reminds me of Eric. So Eric could try and take over the VP persona. Victor Pexel's mastermind. Learn graphic design and all these things, but really, we don't have to learn anything if we can raise enough money. If we can put enough money together, we can hire people to do all these things. It's just we need actually a lot of money. Kind of like this one better. I know these big bold ones in a single file list is just way cleaner and like more logical than this one. There's a better picture, obviously, higher resolution and cut out way nicer and better looking guy. Maybe. I don't look very good most of the time, but I don't know, that's not a bad picture. I'm just not smiling, so but yeah, he's got kind of like that dark tone look going on. He's probably Mexican, or at least just has a tan and has dark hair. All right, so where was I? Victor Pexel. I think I should create my own social network because Discord sucks, and I think I could create a community. So I could set it up so that there's going to be like two communities within the community, and one of them is going to be free, and one of them is going to be $10 a month, and that by itself is kind of an interesting thing, right? Like, which one do you want to join? I mean, and then I just want to tell people not to join. Like, don't fucking join my group, loser. Right? Like, I'm a bad person and I get angry sometimes. Sometimes I look ugly. Sometimes I have this like saggy, frowny face and just look like, you know, the resting bitch face, as they would say. I'm lazy. I'm getting fat. I drink too much. I have a messy office. I'm a bad dad. Don't spend enough time with my kids. Kind of resent my whole situation in life, and so it's complicated. And anyway, so I could start recording at any point now. I'm streaming, but then I could also kind of branch off and record locally. So that would help if I wanted to edit with that sound. Do I really want to get negative and start like cursing people out? I mean, kind of do. Kind of want to find, you know, a loyal base that's willing to accept me for who I am. And that means like watching, well, not watching all of my 50 hours of streaming content. I don't expect people to watch any of it. Like, come as you are, do what you want. You can either join for free or you can pay $10 and we're just gonna, you know, that's it. There's nothing else there. Like, don't have any expectations. We're going to build the community. We're gonna make it worth $10. Well, on the free one, hopefully we do something that's worth your time. But I want to focus on making a badass community that's worth $10 a month. And so maybe only these 2 slides. This is kind of what I've thought for a long time. What if one slide or one video or one ad campaign or one Gumroad scheme could just like crack the code? I mean, frankly, for me, it's like make some money, a little bit of money, so that then I can continue like trying to be more strategic with, well, basically take more risk, being able to have a bigger budget to experiment with higher paid web people, digital production. So like, and this is one of the crazy things about life is like you can go and you can play a let's just do Notion so I don't have to worry about formatting. A crazy thing about life is StarCraft times web production. Hiring people on Fiverr and Upwork should be easy to turn a profit. Build a business. Yeah, so like, who are the badasses that I'm looking for? Who are the badasses I'm looking for? All right. Well, veterans. I was just thinking of Soup. Soup's kind of a funny guy. Soup Sandwich. Veterans. Comics. He's a funny guy. Can make you laugh. That's what a comic is. Should have a little role and maybe a community for comics where they can try and be funny, because, well, you gotta be kind of like, you gotta experiment sometimes. Anyway, so business owners, definitely. Rich people, definitely. Famous people, definitely. People with skills, smart people who maybe don't have skills but they can think about things in a unique way, and also anyone who wants to pay $10 a month. Okay, that's cool. Breck can come, obviously. I have like a whole list of people that I would love to have join my mastermind. My dad, my brother Eric, Kevin can join if he wants to. He's not going to be a jerk. Charlie's already here. Thank you, Charlie. Eric was there for a minute. Andrew and Brian. Oh, my Uncle Tim said he'd join. All right, so there's a whole list of people who I know I can get in here, and so I'm gonna try and get them in here when the time is right. But I'd like there to be some people in here first to like welcome them, and this is kind of the onboarding experience. It shouldn't be me. Shouldn't be me doing the welcoming. I don't even want to be a part of it, really. Like, I don't want to lead it. I want to be a part of it, right? Like, I want to create the organization that I wish existed that I could join to just, like, you know, become a better person. So, business owners, successful people, which you could call rich people, but some rich people aren't necessarily successful. But like $10 a month doesn't mean you need to be that rich or successful. You don't have to own a business. But these are the people I'm looking for. Noah Kagan. Noah Kagan. Kagan, right? Yep. Yeah, that's a good picture of him. Some of his pictures are a little sketchy. He's got the earrings and the shaved head and beard. I could put Noah Kagan. I'm sure there's a lot of people like Noah Kagan that interview rich people. He's a connection. If I could build connections with people who know rich people, then like I'm 12 steps closer to saving the world. So that's the fucked up part, right? The burden of my life. So a survey is absolutely the way to go. Forget my own website, forget Discord. I want to make a Discord. I mean, I have the Discord server, but do you have connections? And this is like a -3. Let me just say negative Bob. No, what? What just happened? At negative Bob. Bob's not negative. I like Bob, but it's the -3 to 3. -3 to 0 to 3. I could just call it that. I could, in fact, just go in here and be like -303, which is still... But then I can't search for it by BOB. It's gonna... Anyway. So, do you have connections? I want to find people with connections. Do you own any businesses? And like, with the scale here, you could, how many businesses do you own and how good are they? And how badly do you, if you go negative, maybe you really want to own a business. I'd go -3. I don't own any businesses. I mean, maybe a -2 because I've tried limited amounts of like freelancing. I could be a freelancer, like a mediocre freelancer, and I'd turn into a better freelancer, and maybe then I'd be able to create the WebOS without complaining about it. But the work of creating websites is just painful. It's actually bad. It's, I looked at Webflow. Are you do you have any skills? How about that? Do you have any skills? And I want to know how many skills and in what way. No, I'm a 2 because I'm not expert at anything. I'm good at a lot of things. I'm not even that good at it, most of them, but not even a 2 level, but I'm good at enough things that I would say I'm a skillful person. I don't know, maybe not. Watch my videos and judge me. All right, so, and that's like coding or graphic design or marketing or anything. Like web apps, games, social media, marketing, design, development, 3D, games, I already said games, animation, video, obviously that's the media part, but I said websites, and yeah, I mean, those are the big things. If we get those kind of people together, do you think the universal university is a good idea? -303. Obviously, these are all... Well, I mean, I think it's a great idea. Now, maybe there are some dangers of paying people to get good. It runs out, like, not sure if this is sustainable. You want to make people struggle to succeed. I don't think that's necessary. That's not really what I was trying to say, but it's more like subsidize good activities for a while. Let people have that safety net while they're struggling, I guess, to find a way to make real money. So yeah, so this idea of real money, like, it's a good thing to have this kind of success system where you have to make a lot of money to become kind of a second class. Like, rich people are absolutely on a different level. Like, rich people are living different, a completely different, let's just say, lifestyle, because that's pretty much describes it. You know, like, it's not that they don't work hard or whatever, but do I have the right screen streaming? Let me. Oh my lord, I'm so bad at this. Okay. No, I was over here. Okay, so I don't really care if anyone watches this. I shouldn't care that much that I have the wrong thing, but it's just sort of like a waste of bytes, waste of data to be streaming the wrong thing. That, you know, if I ever want to look at it later, I'm gonna be like, God, you're such an idiot. Just switch the damn thing. I just need to keep OBS open on one of my monitors, but what I should probably do, because these things are more for myself than anyone else, I should probably just stream in full resolution next time, and then use my second monitor as like the dashboard where I can put OBS, probably split screen with something else that I could like queue up different things. I could try and get this going. In fact, thirds with Notion are actually, well, Notion should actually maybe be, because it's already multi-column, could actually be like a 2/3. Why doesn't that drop down? There we go. Oh, come on, guys. Where's my mouse? Maybe that's why, because the mouse was way over there. Okay. 2/3 on the right, though. So this is a 2/3 wide, but it's on the left side. What if I want this on the right side? Well, why don't I just go like this, and then click off, and then resize. Then I can put it however big I want. Well, I don't know if that's the right layout. I'm, you know, still trying to figure all this stuff out. But I know it's important, and I know software is got a long way to go, but we've come so far, and this is the fuckery of life, is that we've plateaued where we are, and nobody really realizes it. And I mean, we're not completely stagnant, but I guess that we have breakthroughs. Innovation and kind of discovery and progress. Like, AI was crazy. I mean, we've been kind of working towards it for a long time, and then all of a sudden it was like, holy shit, this thing can think accurately about deep thoughts. And yeah, and well, putting those ideas into words is part of the whole trick, right? Like, there's like a data side to it and a language side to it, and I'm not sure if the people who are making it even know what's going on, to be honest. Like, they must know a lot more than I do, but I think it's largely a black box. Black box would be a really cool software company. Here we go again. Lock the goddamn triangle. Black box. Not an auto layout. I think this one. Okay, so we have an extra wrapper on this one for kind of making a bounding box, because I don't know why I made the hexagon stick out of this thing like that. That's kind of weird. Maybe there was a reason, or I just wasn't sure what I was doing. But these two can be an auto layout, and then I think we want these to sort of just be full. I think I can click this and this to send it, and then this one down here, and then centerize and flippy floppy. Why was there so many clicks there? That was crazy. And make this bigger. And change this to software and make it smaller. Black box software. I think it could be a little smaller and then tightened up a bit. Ooh, baby. It's a little too red, I think. Harder to read if this is like that, and it's really fiery, where this is like, I don't know, it's kind of fiery down here. I don't know. It's not bad, but it's quite aggressive. it's quite like shock and awe, or I don't know, it's awesome, I guess. You could say it's awesome. Black box software, it's basically this idea that it's always listening. Do you want something always listening? Always watching? Probably not. But it's it might be good for if a black box is like a recorder for an airplane that's always listening and always watching. And so if you were to, it's sort of like the AI assistant, and Google's been, Google has an app called AI, or it's not AI, it's Google Assistant, and like people have been kind of, there's Alexa, our Alexa got hacked recently, we had to unplug them all. So I should look into that and like talk to their tech support, but I hate talking to tech support people. They're just such dummies and they don't have the capability to do anything, so it's just a waste of time. Creating a AI support system would actually be a really cool, what would be a good name for like a support, well, maybe this AI assistant thing is the same thing as like a AI assistant API. So what if you created an API where you got good at, man, I just need some normal text. Something like this, but this is actually kind of a heading style with bold. But it does kind of fit because it's, all right, we'll go with it. We'll just go with it. Basically like clean up the Chat GPT system so it works a little better. I mean, that's kind of what it needs to do, but it'd basically be you could embed a actually helpful AI assistant into your knowledge base. Could create new tickets that get reviewed and turned into new articles, I guess. I mean, I think a lot of people have been trying to do this because, like, there are ticketing systems. The ticket is often just like a task that then gets assigned to somebody, and it's a way to track each issue, and that's a really good idea. So a ticketing system, and there's a lot of softwares that do this, but that could be really complex, and you'd want it integrated with your messaging system. And I mean, managing either your people or your AIs to handle tickets properly would be kind of a crazy thing. I think you could get an AI to handle 80% of them with like an 80% success rate or more, like, or 80% of them with a 100% success rate. Like it could knock out a vast majority of problems just by listening to somebody explain their problem and then figuring out if that's a problem that has already been solved and, figuring out what the answer is. And so, not that that's an easy thing to figure out, but like, I think it would be possible if you had a team software company. So, that's kind of a cool one to, yeah, the best UX. I was doing this and these are the best user interface. Maybe I can merge these so it's like one meme. This best is going to compete with these, but I could figure it out. Should we do it? I don't know if this is worth it, actually. I could go into this new video I was thinking about making. But I don't know, man. I'm feeling like I should give up again. It's crazy. Shift A. Hug this thing. And duplicate this, and it's going to need to go this way, I think. And this can, I guess, hug or fixed. And then we do need some spacing in between, obviously. And then these all go white. Where's white? And maybe not so white or bold. And probably just smaller because it's pretty big there. But then it needs to sort of be centered roughly. I mean, I could make this fill to make this automatically distribute the width, and this is a frame, so if I put this to fill, then it's roughly centered. It's actually centered, unless the padding is off. It looks a little lopsided, but I think it's centered. That's a cool slide. Like, if you wanted to create the best software company, maybe I should change this to that. I got a lot of gradients here. All right, we're gonna duplicate this thing and try to kind of make this a little bit more. We could keep the gradient on the thing, but now the text is a little bit softer and easier to read. Kind of like that. And it's the same color as this one. It's interesting that it looks a lot, I don't know, more vibrant, or looks like it's a different color even. This one looks a little bit more peachy when it's surrounded by the white, but I believe those are, here, watch this, print screen. Grab a piece of that. Whoops, what did I just do? Control R, that's not what I want. Control V to paste. It went way down here, this little blue thing, and now we're gonna go print screen. And no, escape. I'm going to zoom in on this and print screen and chop off this, I want the pixels on the edge here, so I can just drag this on top and kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. These are the same color, but on black and on white look a little different. There's a lot of optical illusions like that with color, the way we perceive color. All right, so if you want to create the best user experience, you know, you got to think about all the things. Version control, like images I put on there, right? Yeah, images, video. It's the social media, right? Let's create the best software company in the world. Black box software. I mean, that's one kind of a cool software angle. Is like always listening, always watching, an assistant. It's the thing that you talk to, the computer that you trust and that you talk to be, you know, take care of your shit for you. And you'd want that to be reliable and not like hallucinate and make shit up, or be spied on, or turn you into the government unless you're eating babies. So that'd be a good idea. Let's see, what do we got here? These are all too small. I'm not sure what I was thinking. Can I just fix these for the love of God? 1080. I thought I did, but 1080. I can see that they're too small. Thankfully, they're all resizing properly, except this guy. Why is this? Well, whatever. It's fine. This is kind of stupid, but it looks interesting. Stupid idea. It doesn't really mean much. It's just kind of a, if you're watching when I made it, it's whatever. Is this the right size? I guess it is. So I started exporting some of these things, thinking about editing. I like these two. Let's export these. Can I select them both? Actually, yeah. Let's just throw them all in there. And this one, yep. Talk about conspiracy theories, graphic design. I don't know. If I start throwing up too much shit, then it's like, yeah, I have a lot of ideas, like external processing. If you're not familiar with this, what this is, like, it's a really useful tool, and it basically means talk to people about your ideas, and trying to explain things, your idea will get better magically, and other people will, you know, buy into it, essentially. So I have a lot of ideas to tell people, and if you want to talk to me about ideas, feel free to come and do that. Now, I don't know about Discord. So well, look, can I just export all of these real quick before I forget and put them in the new folder? But here's the problem is that now I'm going to be looking for, it's just like a constant back and forth of, no, don't do that. Did it do all the other ones? We don't know. We have to go find out. So, file system, documents, Figma export, mastermind, new, did not export. Why does that look so bad? I think it's just because the black is alpha and you normally, it's doing something weird with the preview here. That looks terrible. But I don't think it exported these. The problem was is that this one has the same, these all have the same name, so they can't have the same name or else they get confused. This is the Digital Mastermind Premium, and this is Black Box. And I probably should do these transparent on, so that I can then animate the, well, but like if I'm transitioning from this one to this one with the same background, it doesn't really matter. It's all just bullshit. It's all too many. Should I just get rid of this one? I probably don't need 2 versions, and if I like the other one better, then why keep the first one? This one, I don't know if talking about technical things like pixel graphic design is a good idea. Make good decisions. Play chess. Life is decisions. Play God's game, I guess. Alright. I have big ideas. I can't use these because they're named the same thing, so they're not ready for export. So I can't do that. I have to just export these. Deal with those later. I'm juggling things here, folks. Trying to make progress. Getting blocked. Trying to dodge some punches. And we need better software, obviously. So I could try and get back into editing. That's probably the right direction, but I do think kind of thinking through my objective here. Yeah, the surveys. So this ad number 2 is definitely going to the Google form. How successful are you? How happy are you? Do you want to join a team? What skills do you have to offer? What else did we say here? Let's just bring this whole note. Where is this thing? I think we want to right click and delete it now before I forget. And then this one goes in here. Yeah, I mean, this is a whole nother note. Can we just drag this in here? I think I can, which is kind of cool. And then I can click and drag this and put this in here. Let's add an icon to this to try and make it look better. Money. Big money is, I kind of like the money bag. It's just kind of plentiful. The coin is kind of cool. I'm sure I already have one for real money. Maybe not. It's not the most common. Real money. What does that one mean? Thousandaire, millionaire, billionaire. That's, oh, rolls. So it's like, yeah. Are you in debt? Are you broke? Or, yeah, that's a good. A thousandaire would be like +1. A millionaire might be +2, and a billionaire is +3. That's kind of cool. So, where was the question? Open, please. Where is the question about? It's not necessarily the only measure of success, but it's probably the best one. So -3 is eyeballs. Debt up to your eyeballs. -2 is bankrupt. -1 is debt. 0 is average. 1 is thousandaire. 2 is millionaire, and 3 is billionaire. There will be trillionaires at some point, folks. It's going to happen. We need to learn how to manage that as a society. It should happen. And it's going to be, well, that's a lot of power. It's essentially what this is all about. Is like some people, billionaires, millionaires even, have so much power, and it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. They actually should, use it intelligently and productively by giving it to me. All right, so Yeah, so I want to send people on this ad to a survey instead of the Discord, because that's not working. I need to start getting positive feedback. So that's really what this is all about. So I maybe can't show my bad side just yet, but I will, and you'll have to deal with me at some point. So, yeah, do you have connections? I need connections. This is like Noah Kagan. But I mean, just knowing guys like famous people like Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan's got a lot of connections. Or Donald Trump, obviously. Donald Trump. I'd like to meet these successful people and tap into their connections to do something that's not just extremely important and could save the world, but, you know, will make a lot of money, and it's called the WebOS. I'm not going to stop talking about it until it's done. I know I'm taking the hard route here, but this is the only thing I can figure out, because life keeps... I wanted to make it, and I kind of have, in a way, but my progress is not always amazing. So, all right. These are good questions, though. I think just by asking these questions and the results going... The question is, are these going to be public? I think at the beginning they could be, and that could be interesting, although it might also dissuade, especially rich people, from joining. So maybe they're not public. Maybe I only see them. And then not public. But, well, maybe if you... So there's going to be two groups. The freebies and the... pay to join. And the freebies are going to be public to the preemies. Premiums. So if you don't pay, your application is semi-public to the people who did pay, and myself. If you do pay, your application is private, and only I can see the responses. Now, in the beginning, everyone's free, and only I will see the thing. But as people, if people want to see the results, then you can pay me $10 a month to see the results. Do you have connections? This is also like, how many followers do you have? How much influence do you have? How smart are you? This just gives people an opportunity to, flex what they feel are their strengths. How smart are you? I'd say I'm a 1 or 2. I'm not that smart these days, man. I'm extremely creative. You asked that. How creative are you? I would say this is more of like a 2. I have above average creativity, I think. Yeah, I think the best teams in the beginning are just sort of community, it's just an idea that could become something more, but it takes, all right, to get from idea to, what is the result? It takes an enormous effort, an enormous dedicated effort. Okay, and without teamwork, it's nearly impossible. If you'd like to try on your own, you're welcome to do so.
So good luck. If you'd like to join a team, I'd like to form teams and lead discussions on how to do this. How to create teams, how to manage teams, how to delegate, which project management software to use. Like, it's a million things. If you don't want to join a team, then don't. You can still help by observing, liking, sharing, or nothing. You don't have to do anything here, folks. If you don't want to, just, well, so in this phase, it's just fill out the form. There is, I think, do you want to join the Discord server? Do you want to join the Discord server? And this this is just a yes or no. If you want to see the results from other people's submissions to see like what kind of people are responding, then you got to join the Discord server and pay the $10 a month, and then I'll put it in the member area. I mean, right now it's set up so that there's really only a member area, and if you pay $10 once, that would be more than enough. I'll share the initial findings. Well, sorry, if there's email addresses on there, maybe I don't share the email addresses. So that's probably a good, safety precaution, is I could chop off the email addresses and then share it. So I'll probably do that. Well, so maybe the survey is optional. So maybe it's just would you like to complete the optional feedback survey questions? And maybe number them. And I can go through them all. Why did that tab in? I don't know. So the first question could just be like, I think the email address is added automatically, but that's sort of the first part here. And then would you like to join the email list? And maybe there's a weekly and monthly version. And then, would you like to join the Discord server? Can I just put the link here? Yes, no. I mean, it's more like, will you? Will you join the Discord server? Put the link there and then see if people want to. And then would you like to complete the optional feedback? Conditionally takes you to the extra questions, and then no end of survey. And so I mean, honestly, I just need like 10 people to join an email list. Like, give me your email, and then I'll create a group email with 10 people, just random people from the internet. And you can introduce yourself. You don't have to. you can just listen. But if I can get 10 people to join, that would be cool. And then maybe I could turn that into 100 at some point, especially if I just keep paying money. How hard should it be to buy, like, people's attention for a few seconds? All right, so I'm just looking at this Universal University thing over here that I was talking about earlier, and it's like, I kind of feel like I should run with that. I sent that email to Jordan Peterson. I think I like read part of it and didn't show it on screen properly. I bumped it an hour ago, and I'm sure he's not going to respond. He probably gets a bunch of these things and doesn't care, but it's a good idea. So I should ask other people to help validate this idea. Like, it's basically turning Wikipedia into a source of truth and combining it with YouTube and social media and like the university system. Well, that shouldn't be hard to illustrate. So what do we got here? We got, I don't have a little card for Wikipedia. Son of a bee. See, this is why you need all the things at your fingertips. Wikipedia. Images. Tools. Color. Transparent makes no sense, but that's where it is. I think I want... Is this cut off or it just looks that way? No, it is transparent. I think this is what I want. The A, capital A, is that how they all are? Huh, that's wild. Never noticed that. I used to have a Wikipedia t-shirt because I donated a long time ago. But then I just got tired of... I donated to these guys in college when I got that shirt. And then it got dirty or, I don't know, small or lost or all three. And not sure what happened to it. But now I think it's just annoying when they ask for money. It's like... Google should give them the money, but maybe I try and keep this the same rough size as this one so that it's just more usable if I wanted to stack it up. And YouTube. Too many tabs open already. Let's close this one. Oh my god. I have no idea what this one is. This is the one I was working with. I could go... Well, what if I just throw this on the right third and then go Figma over here? And then... we want YouTube. And... Not transparent because I forgot. Tools, color, transparent. Transparent. It's a fucked up word right there. Sheesh. Are you a transparent? There's a transparent on YouTube. Let's see if we can find it. YouTube. Transparent. Transparent's arrested. Yep, this one. This is why you don't do this.
Hey guys, I just found an amazing digital marketing expert on Fiverr.
They are in a polyamorous relationship, and they all...
So, these are clearly guys that are dressed like ladies, and this is not so clearly, but it's a lady who's dressed as a guy. She's the papa. And she gave birth to their daughter, and, it's not this person, is it? On this YouTube thumbnail? I don't know. Hard to say. It looks like it, but it's really weird. Watch this thing, and it's like one of the most disheartening things you'll ever watch. It almost looks like a joke. I mean, look at these douchers sitting here in dresses. I know there's people... I mean, they might try and kill me or something, but like, what are you guys doing? You're setting an example for other people, and this is not the example we want. In my opinion, I mean, we want gender surgeries and people, like, imagine making the mistake of cutting your dick off. That would be like, you know, a pretty terrible thing to live with. But as I'm like looking at these guys and seeing that they've clearly gone all in, and I don't know, they might. I'm publishing this publicly, and they're so open-minded that their brains fell out. This is wildly unpopular. Yeah, I would think so. This is how to ruin a child's life. That's the big thing. One of the biggest things is like there's their daughter is like confused about what she said. She's what looks like a she, but it could be a he. I guess it would make sense that it's a he. If that's a he dressed as a girl, more like a girl, like that's actually the worst outcome. If it's a girl who's just like confused and still looks like a girl, that's less bad. But if that's actually a boy whose parents have convinced him to be a girl, then, well, like father, like son, I guess. That's unfortunate. I think kids should make up their own mind, not be like coerced into doing things like that. But anyway, transparent is a word we use to mean transparency, which is like how well you can see through it. And so that's kind of weird. Misnomer. That's a good word. Misnomer. Make a mastermind community about misnomers. Like, what are some of the craziest misnomers? Copy image. I do kind of like this YouTube one, but the way that I have all of these so far, except for Node, doesn't have a shape in front of it. But either way, this will work. And we can duplicate this and throw this in there and delete that. Oh, let's just leave it so that we can size it. And now I would say, just as a last thing about this, like, my life is a struggle, and you know, I don't want to condone what they're doing, like, but you never know what people go through, and maybe they were abused or whatever. And again, it's kind of none of anyone's business, but at what point does it become society's business to intervene when people are doing kind of unwise things? So I'm going to throw this in my notes. This is why, like, if somebody came across my notes and saw these things, like, they might think I'm a weirdo, but or it's just now I have this thing publicly that I'm, you know, is attached to me. I probably want to clean up my digital image, right? We should all probably have like at least an AI publicist that manages all the things. I have some weird photos of me online I could talk about. Not weird or super weird, but like a little weird. Well, one of them's pretty weird. All right, so survey, definitely the way to go. Well, so the idea here is to recreate all the things, but this is the WebOS. Why do I have so many logos? God damn it. Well, I was playing around with the background color and realized this one on white just makes this thing disappear, which actually isn't a problem. I kind of just like it like that. But this thing's not an auto layout, and I was trying to use it for something else, and so I ended up changing it to... Where's the WebOS? Where'd you go, buddy? I just grabbed it earlier. Wasn't it over here? I grabbed it for something, didn't I? I know I did. Got it on video. I could rewind it and try and figure it out. Wait, I was down here. WebOS, nothing. Where'd it go? Oh, man. Where did I put that thing? All right, zoom out. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That's what I'm looking for. The new WebOS logo that's a little bit more editable. I kind of like the other one better with the slanted text, and way edgier and, like, you know, boxier and cooler in a lot of ways. This one's a little bit boring and, like, whatever, but it's just easier to edit. Here I have a duplicate of all these things that I was editing over here, right? Yep, there they are. God, this is... All right, I'm going to cut these here and maybe go over here to do... There's another copy of it there. I have a copy of this everywhere, and now it's getting a little out of hand. But the WebOS is definitely YouTube and Wikipedia and all these things, and Webflow and what else? Notion, obviously, and Figma are already there. But what was I thinking? Oh, I was reading the Jordan Peterson email. That's what I was doing. And it disappeared because it's right here. A universal university. Well, so why don't we move? I don't know why I was looking for this digital production thing. Oh, because that was going to be with the freebie. Yep. This was supposed to go with this one, and these, I guess, whoops, Control X, I think I'm just going to put up here. I don't like these sections. But yeah, the YouTube and the Wikipedia, and Khan Academy, and literally all the things. Like, all the content needs to be on one platform, and it needs to be editable. The Universal University needs a better content system. Well, Wikipedia needs a better content system. YouTube needs a better, more organized content system where we don't just render things into this big blob. And I talked about that in one of my streams. It's like... They're like web timelines, essentially. I don't feel like doing this because I have to... Web timelines, that's a frickin' mouthful. And enter, select these two, and drag them out. Yeah, it's like out of place there. But essentially, web video becomes like these editable timelines where all the things in the video are editable. So you can like take a part of something and see where it came from and remix it and use it. And I mean, I think stealing intellectual property is something that we can kind of allow and automate because it's cited. And, you know, if you steal my logo, then, you know, it's linked to mine and people can see what you've done with it. And, well, then maybe you like have a licensing, maybe you renegotiate licensing in the future. That's a dangerous thing to do because now you're using something and you're not sure how much it's going to cost. And like, if I own the licensing power on this and you've used it, then, you know, this is where open source software comes in, and creating this whole thing as open source will make it blast off way faster. But okay, so the Universal University is the WebOS. It's the content system. It's Wikipedia, it's YouTube, it's video, it's interactive, it's a better timeline system. The web editor. Can I have web editor? Web edit's over here, but it's not in here. Jesus Christ. Having two lists that are even similar at all, but like once you start editing shit, it gets weird. You don't want multiple versions, but creating a flow and getting it all linked together and organized is clearly hard for me to do. And yeah, so this email, let me just read it. Dear Dr. Peterson, this may sound ambitious, but I believe I know the future of education. A universal university, a global open source system where individuals and institutions collaborate to organize, verify, and share knowledge. Collaborate. It's like everyone's contributing a little bit, reorganizing it, verifying things, voting up or down, adding sources, letting people vote on facts. It's like a fact system, but it's also courses. So like start here, then go here, learn this first, test your knowledge, get certified. We need a better content system, right? It's called the WebOS. Well, I mean, it's basically, it's the web as we have it. It's just we need to figure out how to organize it all. And there is a much better solution than we have now. That's the WebOS. This is my idea, and I think it's worthwhile. We don't have a reliable source of truth online. Misinformation is rampant. Fact checkers try, but they're fragmented. What's needed is a systematic, transparent, there's that word again, method to identify, debate, and resolve issues, both publicly and privately.
This is certainly a grand vision worthy of the attention of the whole world. I think it is. I believe you have the voice and reach to make it happen. He does. I've noticed the Peterson Academy is still refining its value proposition, pricing, certification, job relevance. I can help. I'm in a position to work for free and would love the opportunity to discuss this vision further. Fix the web, fix the world. Warm regards, Michael Lewis. P.S. You've deeply influenced me. Your commitment to truth, responsibility, and resilience is inspiring. Your Kill Tony appearance was brilliant. P.S. The incel crisis is real. I've been there. Sex and meaning are more tangled than people think. I think AI reworded that, and I just went with it because it was quicker and easier. But that's generally the idea, and I don't think it would take him long to respond to this. He could just say, like, I'm busy, maybe later. But non-response, well, he's a busy guy, I know, so I'm not completely shocked, but, like, it'd be cool if he responded, obviously. He could blast me off, just like Trent, asshole Trent, who denied my proof application. I was trying to tell him about the WebOS and show this to anyone and they'll agree you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. I'm actually going to do this. You'll watch it happen. So he just ghosts me. Asshole Trent. Trent at proofplatform.io gave me the copy-paste denial sent via Notion automations. And yeah, so I think this is part of the grand scheme to just, like, maybe they know what's going on and they're, you know, don't care and they're waiting for me to get my shit together. And it's just kind of like a sad experience. That's my life. It's a sad experience. I think all this work that I'm doing, it's like anyone from the future would know that what I'm saying is true, right? Like, it's obvious. And the value of it is arguably there. It's like, well, it's worth nothing until it becomes worth something. And so I got to do it. And I've actually worked on it. Like, I have a working version of the WebOS that's basically just a single line of code. Can I write that in here? Why not? Let's grab this little thing here. And just for shits, I told Trent this. It's pretty easy. The view, whoa. Well, this is just called view.js. Probably just put this here. It should be the primary color though, I think. And then I can write the code here. It's class view extends. I don't know if it extends. It might extend the base class, but it might just be class view. Doesn't. The base class is really minimal. And nope, no tab. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe. It's basically this .l equals document.create element. And it's something like this tag, I think. But it's essentially div or something else. It's how you just create an empty div element. And that's it. Just create an element. And wrap it in some methods like add. I named it AC, add class. jQuery's was add class. Because adding a class to an element is more like l.classlist.add, and I don't know, that's just kind of weird to me. I'm not sure what the class list is, and I think generally using a list is a good idea. Like, arrays and objects are kind of like lists, but they don't have an add function, and so what that's doing under the hood and how it's all managed is, well, it's kind of one of the missing pieces of JavaScript. I've thought about creating a class list. In fact, I think it's a really good idea. Class list. That basically just has those add, remove, reordering, but streaming all of that, like the binary, you know, the file system level and the binary data that's, you could stream anything with a list and you can reorder it. And so it's sort of like these operational transforms, which is required for real-time collaboration. And so this is your file system, like a directory is a list of files. And
it's an app system because your app is a list of modules. And so you could kind of build all the things with like a simple list class. And you could have it visualized. But anyway, have some methods here. It's pretty simple when, you know, you break it all down, but the problem is like getting it all to work and staying focused enough to, you know, what does it look like? Well, which buttons go where? And how do they work? And do you have unit tests to make sure it doesn't break when you start changing the names of methods? Because, like, you know, you work on it for a few months and then you give up on it for a few months. So, I don't know. I guess it's like the code. I don't need these. And there's a few more classes, like an app or whatever, and I'm not even sure how they work. I mean, it's very, very minimal. I'm hardly doing anything that's not required. You know, I have a live reload going on for, it's just like a simple socket message that reloads the browser when a file changes. So I don't have to reload the browser, and, you know, that's pretty much it. But it's a mess right now. I haven't touched it in a long time. I'm using it for a website right now, but it needs a lot of work, and so I need a lot of people. I want to create big shit, big cool shit, and I know generally the right direction to go in. Get a lot of people convinced it's the right idea, and then figure it out. So apparently Jordan Peterson doesn't think it's a good idea. Well, so my last attempt at running ads, I spent $90, got, I think, a lot of fraudulent clicks. And I should post in that PPC community because it's kind of a crazy... What's your biggest challenge so far? Start here. Let's see if anyone's actually responded to me. One comment. Was this me? These fucking idiots, man. Oh my lord. They don't like me. I mean, people don't like me. Maybe it's my approach is just a little bit like... I'm like a bull in a china shop. Well, why would I actually contribute anything to a community that doesn't say anything? Like I posted a couple times, I commented a couple times. One guy messaged me. Everything. The web OS. A simple web framework to build web apps faster. But also just a community of badass motherfuckers who want to get smart, make money, live the good life. It's only me so far. Oh, man. Okay, so the survey is going to be a handful of questions that are optional. Well, I mean, would anyone fill out the survey if they're not interested in, like, joining? And, wow, this is a mess. Like, So I'm not 100% sure how the logging in and the email thing go. I could test that. I think I can require the Google authentication, which means you don't even need to, like, write your email in. It's just, it requires you to log in, and then I get your email address. And so that's, like, a nice seamless way. It's a little invisible, but... like, do you understand that I don't know, it's basically like upon submission I get your email address and then just checkbox to agree, and then would you like to join, would you like updates, and then will you join the Discord server, and then will you create would you like to complete the optional feedback survey questions? And I could just put them all in there, but like then it might get exhausting for some people because there's quite a bit of them. Well, so I think going through each of these questions and talking about why I'm asking it is not a bad idea. Maybe we start a new page here. This page is getting a little out of hand. Maybe we try and keep this one organized. So that's not a bad idea. But I'm not good at it, and it's likely not to work. So I guess, I don't know. It's like I don't know what to call this, main or... And then I start bringing stuff over, but do I bring it all over or none of it? Or like, I don't know. So I do think I was working on this thing here. And the idea here is that, well, this is kind of a cool one here. I think these are kind of cool. I think this is kind of software stuff here. I don't think I need the rest though. Not sure what all that was. I think I'm gonna copy it just so that it stays there in case I'm poking around. I mean, sometimes having duplicates isn't terrible. This is not the right. This is not the right page. I don't have anything on here. We're gonna delete this page. It was this one. Paste. Okay, so I should already start organizing these things. These things go together. Shift A. These things can go together here and here, but these are like part of that thing. I don't even know if I need them. Why does this not work? It's got them both selected. Whew, that was wild. Oh man. Okay, so these could probably just be tightened up here. And that's too big and obnoxious for this tab system, because like it's just why do you have this big one single big thing in here with different tabs? I don't know, but it's sort of a software thing, and I guess these don't even really need to be putting them in an auto layout's not terrible. But what I'm thinking is all this should be, all right, let's frame this so it stays in place. Click this and this, Shift A, top align. Then we can throw all these in one, and it should kind of line them all up. And then that thing, that side content is paired with that thing. So these are the good ideas. Well, clearly the WebOS is a good idea. It's not just a little good idea. It's like the best fucking idea in the whole world. So that's cool. And I don't really have a great WebOS logo. I've kind of tossed around a couple of them, like that one, and I think it's definitely got to be the other color, and I mean, maybe it's just, I don't know, I could bring this whole thing and throw it here. It is the same color, right? It's the same red color, at least as the text there. It's not quite as spacey, but I mean, it's the same color as over here. It's all the same community, so it's just me. Come hang out with me, right? I was looking for a WebOS logo, like a good one, and I don't even think I don't know if I want to go with this one because I like this one. Fuck. I don't know. I don't like having to edit the things, and I don't really like putting all the things in the same logo style. So let's just go with this one. See what this looks like. It's less epic than the other one, is kind of the like the thing here, but I think I can just take this, duplicate it, enter, backspace, take this, K, scale, V, drag, throw it in there. Now with this selected, I want to select this black color. I hope this is the right one. I'm going to change it to green real quick just to see that I'm selecting the right thing and only the right thing. Make it white. This is way too big. Okay. Scale it down. Click the parent. Center the whole thing. It's not as epic as the other one by any means, but still kind of cool. Still kind of matches. This is the big idea. The black box software would be powered by a WebOS. All this UX stuff powered by the WebOS. A new social network, a mastermind platform, but also just like, you know, a design. Oh, my coffee almost just spilled. Holy shit. Sorry. Screaming in the microphone. my all of the ideas, like all these little services, and my Lou42 website and agency could all be powered by the WebOS. Right now, it's just a simple Vue library. But it can evolve into kind of microservices that are pluggable and extendable and configurable. And there's a very strong file system and API system and security, and it's all powered by Git. That file system has got Git, underlying it, and has support for videos and large file formats and stuff. I feel like this is way bigger than it needs to be. It's not that much money, folks. Free is pretty big because that's pretty free, but $10 a month is just small money. So, yeah, I think if I tell people that there's going to be two communities and they're both going to exist on the same Discord server, one of them's free, one of them's $10 a month, and if you don't want to join Discord just yet, you can still fill out the forum, and maybe I just put all the questions in there. So the Universal University is, I don't know, judging my ideas is maybe, I don't know, less important right now. I should put, where was that Universal University? I should put some of these ideas in the Discord server. The Digital Universal University. It doesn't have to be digital, but it should mostly be, or at least it looks cool that way. I whipped this together in 2 seconds by using a different template, so don't judge me, but it's a cool idea. But it's like the more I just mash ideas, words into these little text layouts, they kind of dry up and they lose their cool factor. And I mean, this is a pretty simple one and robust and useful and probably last a while, but I don't know if I want to do it for everything, especially like just making this digital thing not mean anything. Digital Computer Science University is quite redundant. Like digital means like computer science, right? But a university for computer science, I mean, there's a lot of people trying. Like Google's got all kinds of courses, and Facebook's got all kinds of courses, and all the big universities do. And there's like that Brilliant platform that's an educational, like learning management system essentially. But YouTube's got a lot of content, a lot of computer science stuff, and finding the right person to teach you is kind of a personal thing. So I think, well, this is what I was trying to say, like the best learning management system is sort of what would power that thing and make it the best. And that's basically a WebOS that's highly modular and has great content editing tools. Well, so the obviousness of this thing is, this is kind of what I keep feeling, is like, yeah, StarCraft times web production. It's like web production should be super easy, right? Like, isn't it? If you have a budget, which I don't, but like the obviousness of my ideas is painful because everyone should realize how obvious it is. I get the sense that even the experts who have the capacity to understand don't see it the way I do. And, well, maybe I ask people, which idea is the best? That's a good question. I'm not sure what I'm even, like the structure of this is getting a little disorganized. I'm not sure what's where, but which idea do you like the best? So this could be like the Universal University. This could be the WebOS. This could be better Figma. This could be better Notion. This could be, but it's all the same thing, people. Mastermind, community, or Home Depot. Should I just go work at Home Depot? Not that there's anything wrong with working at Home Depot. I've thought about it because, like, if I were to work anywhere, like, I like going to Home Depot. But it means I have to put all my hopes and dreams aside and give up on them, essentially, because Lord knows I'm not going to try and do any of this shit and work at Home Depot. Like, when you start working for somebody else, it just becomes a fucking drag, right? So, like, anyway, I want to find successful people. So, this is what I was doing. Take two. How do I just get like a pretty basic, yeah, so this is the big money. This is the small money. You know, like, just hunker down, hire some people. Well, you could even do the freelancing yourself. But if you want to get the big money, this is more like design. Well, this is like putting big dollars behind shit. So this is actually kind of more of a small idea. In fact, no, what? No. It's hard to put things at the bottom of the list. This looks like it's going inside or on top of that thing. It should make space below it and make it more clear that this is going below it. I think it is. Okay. And then in this one, I think I set it up so that the background color on this thing, yeah, it's like a gray. I think I can just switch this to my background color, and then it adopts that, like, I think it's purple. Let me see. I believe this is purple. Yep. It's this color. It's just dark grayish purple is that background color. Believe it or not. That's a cool little trick to make it just kind of look pretty cool. I don't know how I feel about this. I do have social media in there twice. If I delete that, I guess that's okay. We put like... That's what I was thinking. 3D, AR, VR. Well, so these should probably just be Shift Tab. Yep. 3D, AR, VR. Yeah. Games. Anyway. Personal branding. Is that a good personal brand? I think it looks pretty cool. I don't know if... Yeah, let's tone down these bars in the back. They're kind of... I think I locked them. Yep, unlock, click. 24%. Let's go down to subtlety, baby. You want to see that they're there, but not so harsh. 8%. That was a huge change. I think it's better. It's a little soft, maybe, but like, I kind of don't want it to be too loud. I don't know. This is awkward. And it's going to be huge, like on a... Well, it could be huge, and this is a low-resolution image. There's a lot of problems with it. So I just whipped this together, kind of adapted the Victor Pexel version into me, and threw some... well, yeah. But, I mean, yeah, so this is like if you're stuck in life and you want to just figure out how to get going, make some money, I'd be really careful getting into this stuff without a good strategy or a mastermind community to guide you. If you want to make some big money, then you need some money. You need to throw some money at the freelancers. And so, like, you know, there's two sides of the same coin in a lot of ways. It's going to be the same community, but I do want to do something to raise money. And so what I wanted to do here is give people a reason to join. And some of these good ideas here... Yeah, I mean, any one of these I think is fine. I think maybe I want to, just to make sure I have the same background, I want to control copy this. Whew, I kind of feel like moving some of these over, but I do want to maintain consistency, so I am going to use this one, enter, delete, control V, put it over here, control to, when you're dragging, sometimes it gets confused. If you hold control, it's more likely to go inside something. This should be vertically oriented and not so much space, and obviously these are backwards and still not so much space, I think. And then I could just put all the people I'm looking for and then kind of toggle through this. Whoops, what was that? I'm gonna pull this out because it's kind of a separate idea. I probably have to change these little frame names here to let it work, unless does it have an ability to append a suffix? I don't know if it does that automatically. I don't know. I probably just rename them. All right, so I'm looking for money. But millionaires. Maybe we go a little smaller. And can this fill? Width fill? And I could edit. This would be a pretty easy little clip to go back and forth between millionaires and then billionaires, and then be like, and then go back to millionaires and be like, So we could put that right here just as a reminder. I'm looking for millionaires and obviously billionaires, but I think we should start with millionaires. And I have on this other screen this. This is kind of a cool, cool image here. A little too much green, but matching the shirt color. I don't know. I'd probably go with a different color and then maybe use a little bit of green somewhere else. But it looks pretty good. It's personal branding, right? All right. So Noah Kagan knows a lot of millionaires. He's got a YouTube channel. He's got a lot of views. He could help me. I'm looking for people who can help me. Let's just say anyone who can help me. All right, so I think this should be good enough to get people's attention. So present the two options, and probably need to re-edit the thing a little bit. I mean, I could ask people if I'm going to do a survey. I do have the Discord set up, so I could just let people filter in. But I was just thinking, should I ask people which one they'd rather join? I guess they can join them both. In fact, if they join this one, they're automatically in the other one because the other one's free. There's like no restrictions if, you know, but it's really just a matter, are you willing to join the badass community and help me blast off a little bit faster? Or do we have to do this the slow way and try and like grind it out for years? So, yeah, this is where the millionaires come in, and obviously anyone who can help me. And then I can just go back to this $10 a month slide. And every time I say anything about this one, I can go back and forth between this one and this one. Like, you can join for free. I don't want to discourage people who don't have $10 a month or don't feel like spending it, giving it to me. Yeah, so I think that's probably enough. Well, and then paired with the survey. Okay, so how do I fit the survey into this bit? It's basically like, I'd like to get like 1,000 people or so to agree to join this premium mastermind community before we launch. So that when we get there, when we do get 1,000 people, and I don't know how long that's going to take, but if I can get 1,000 people to at least fill out, you don't have to pay yet, but if you fill out the form and say, yes, I will pay $10 a month to help fund this mastermind community, then, you know, I could wait until I get 1,000 people to agree, and then once we launch, there will at least be something to go with. And honestly, I'd rather find like, you know, a couple millionaires who are willing to back me for more money and then don't have to charge people $10 a month, because it's just kind of a pain in the butt and like makes the whole thing feel bad. But I am looking for badasses. So like, where was that whole thing? Real money here. Who are the badasses I'm looking for? Soup. All right. we would need to uncapitalize this to get the proper caps. So you can see this is like his gamer tag, Soup Sandwich. Eric Lewis. It's my brother. My dad. I guess we could just use his name, Mark Lewis. I don't think he's got anything to hide. He's been on my stream a bunch of times. Well, so I have this whole list of people here. Well, Breck, my old guild master. I like Breck a lot. I think he'd be a cool person for mastermind community. Well, veterans. Especially ones that are struggling in life. So I could go through all the people. I could kind of just read them all off and, you know, say just a couple words about who each one of these people are. And Soup can be vulgar at times. So, like, if you're a pussy, does that mean no women? Like, well, maybe. I want to know if you're a woman, so maybe gender's got to go on the survey. I think it's important. I don't want any, like, yeah, I mean, the whole idea of, does gender matter? Like, obviously it does. I don't know. I'm not sure if the survey should be optional. Obviously, we can put another on there and let people type something in, but is what Trump is doing, like, good? I mean, it seems like it's a step in the right direction, but I don't know. I'm getting off on a bad tangent. Okay, so we could talk about politics. Like, so interests. We could do some interests on here. Religion, psychology, money, business, tech, crypto. The problem is there's too many. There's too many interests to list here, and so I need to create a better system for this, and I'm going to. But, like, I don't know, this seems so stale and obvious. The obviousness of my idea is painful. It's like, it doesn't matter. They've all played the same game, built the web OS. Just shut up and do it already. But I don't know, in a way it's like new and epic. Maybe. Not sure. That's crazy. I mean, to any normal person, it is epic. Like, by all means, it's just, to somebody who's played the game before, it seems like, I don't know, I just don't understand why there's so much progress to be made and it's so hard to convince anyone to help. Well, slowly making the ideas look better. I think they're looking kind of cool. It's a little bit more organized. And I think I should just kind of repeat the ideas, you know, well, kind of rehashing things like two communities, and I can jump back and forth between these two. The free community, as I show, you know, say free and show this slide, then I jump through, will be focused on digital production and, you know, personal branding, graphic design. You know, I basically say a lot of the same keywords here in both of these things, but we want to find the best people who have the best skills, who can create the best content and like pick them up and boost them so that they can have a easier time. Because right now the fucking shit is broken. It couldn't be more broken. And well, we can create our own social network. That'll be cool. Creating a video network that's like Discord and YouTube, and that'll be cool too. So that's the WebOS. All the web things, all the web apps, all the software stuff should be centered in the, well, this black box software is kind of a, I just hijacked the Mastermind logo. That's the whole thing, and we could talk about it. Yeah, so my streams are rough, and yeah, veteran. I think Soup's a veteran, and I remember talking to him about the war, and like, that's a complicated thing, talking to a veteran. I've never been to combat, but like, seeing your brothers die on the battlefield is gotta be crazy. And those people are killing themselves at unprecedented rates because it's just so much to deal with, and nobody else understands what they're going through. And so I do understand suicide a bit. I struggle with thoughts of suicide. It's really hard to talk about. Am I still streaming the right thing here? Gotta find OBS. Okay, so yeah, it's depressing to talk about. Most people won't understand. Many people suffer in silence. And there's really nothing you can do to help somebody who's struggling. The best thing you can offer is your time, company, and community. I don't have a community. I'm trying to build one. Life sucks. Come hang out with me. So I don't know if those are the right messages to build an audience, but it's kind of like, that's my message, so you gotta deal with me. That's kind of what I want to show the long, depressing video and just see if anyone is willing to bite. To be like, oh, actually, yeah, that's kind of sad or depressing, and I feel your pain. Good luck, and here's $10 a month to check back in a couple months and see how it's going. That would be amazing. Like, if I could just get a couple people to do that, then I would believe in myself and I would keep going. But right now, nobody believes in me. I literally spent $100. Spent more than $100, but it's actually $90 or so on ads, and this very same idea, and it was a little rougher. Like, I didn't edit it down. There was 90,000 impressions, or 87,000 impressions, and 0 people clicked on it. Show don't tell. 87.2 thousand impressions. Allegedly 1,000 people clicked on it, but they went to my landing page. They went to this landing page, and I told them this is where they were going to go. I told them there was a part 2. I think I did. I think I introduced the part 2 video. It's grumpy me talking for an hour and 20 minutes about life, the universe, and everything. Pretty self-evident. If you're coming looking for something else, then don't. That's the landing page. But anyway, it's discouraging. It's extremely discouraging, but I'm still kicking. So yeah, all the badass people. Where are they at? Who are the badasses I'm looking for? Well, this is a little bit more generic. I don't know, does he prefer Charlie Wiggins or Charles Wiggins? Or should I just not name drop all the people that like I want to join, because then they'd be like, hey dude, why are you putting my name on this thing? But it's sort of like, this is the coolest invitation you've ever received. Well, if you knew what I was talking about, maybe you'd think so. But alright, we'll skip the Wiggins. All the Wiggins are invited. Anyone, actually anyone is invited for free. Fuck, man. Alright, so what do we got here? Business owners. Did Breck start a business yet? I bet he will. He's the kind of person who wants to be in charge of his destiny and his own shit. And he was, you know, he became the GM of our guild and did a good job, I think. He spent a lot of time with it. Business owners are badasses. So, like, well, if I didn't make it clear, we're looking for badasses. Now, the whole motherfucker part is kind of weird. I don't know if that's the right branding, but it's kind of a cool... I don't know, it's just... Is a motherfucker badass? I don't know. Or is it just better to write it out? I don't know. Famous people. Okay. They can't ignore me forever, folks. Actually, they can. They're probably going to try. People with skills, because they know what I'm doing. I'm going to disrupt this shit. I don't like it. Smart people. And, of course... what is this one? Anyone... Why is this caps? Because I have caps lock on. It's... yeah, and we're looking for Noah Kagan. Or like Mr. Beast could help blast me off. How about some of my favorite people? Jordan Peterson. How about... well, so one problem I'm already seeing here is that this looking for line is going to jump around with when this goes to 2 lines, like from this slide to this slide. So I could shrinky dink the... But do I want it to be so small? What if I keep it the same size and just stretch it out until it breaks or stacks or whatever? That's pretty long. Alright. Alright, I guess I missed a Lewis. We're missing Kevin. My little brother. Alright. Alright, so these, I don't think we're going to get that on one line. I could uncaps it. It's not caps, I just had caps on Jordan Peterson. And then maybe it fits on a line. Fine. And then we're going to use that one instead of this one and duplicate this still. This isn't an auto layout. What am I doing? This is my first time using Figma. Sheesh. I like that one. Sheesh. Sheesh and Shong. I guess we're going to leave the sidebar aside because I just don't feel like dealing with that right now. And we're going to keep going, but this is already a duplicate. And we're going to double click in. How about Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan could obviously blast me off. Elon Musk could literally blast me off. Could help him with his X.com. By the way, Elon, I already told you this on your frickin' stupid social network. X.com equals the web OS. Okay? Pretty easy idea. Like, I know you're a smart guy, and I can explain it to you if you want, but it's a pretty easy thing to understand. I'm looking for anyone who wants to give me their money. How about my mom? I don't know if I want my mom in this community. That's a tricky thing. I haven't really named any women yet. I don't know. I won't. I mean, the question is on the survey, so if women want to join, I'm not going to hold them back. But I have a bad attitude, and part of it is not helped by the presence of the opposite gender. I'm married. My wife could join potentially, but I mean, I can include them. I have no problem including them in some things, but maybe just not right away in all the things. And do I have to censor it all? Anyway, so who else? Who else are my favorite people? Ben Shapiro, he could help me. He's got a cool little TV network. How about... Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Give me like $1 million and I will make... Jesus Christ, why is that so hard? Why was the stroke jumping around so much? That was weird. Anyway, if I can get $1 million, I can turn it into $1 billion, I think. I'll try. Maybe it'll take 2 million. Maybe I'll fail a couple times. Maybe it'll take 10 million, but like, I'm almost there on my own. I don't actually want anyone's help. I'd rather do it myself. My people. Whoa. Oh my God. Somebody teach me how to use a keyboard. Why is that off? That Y's got this like crazy little... It's got a tiny little penis. Alright. What else we got here? How about... Well, my kids can join, but not yet, again, because I got to figure out my own life. And, God, you can join, but you got to, like, talk to me first. And, well, obviously my Uncle Tim already said he joined, and my cousin Charlie has joined already, and that's awesome. And, I'm sure Andrew and Brian will join. And that's probably enough. But there were some other smart people that I think have a lot of connections that I would be more, just name dropping people like that could help a lot. Well, I had a whole thing of like smart people. I created photo avatar profiles in Figma here, and these were a number of the people, but there's definitely some more that I'm forgetting, and that's kind of meh, but that's a lot of them. All right, so that guy Vin Jiang, he's a cool guy. He could join my community. There's like Tony Robbins and all like the personalities on YouTube, and there's just a million of them. Well, Noah Kagan can obviously join. Didn't I already put him on here? All right, and well, Mr. Beast, sure, why not? And anyone for any reason can join me. But here's some of the people that would make my mastermind community better. And obviously, any billionaires. Did I not put that on there yet? So yeah, I can export all of these as image slides and then just kind of cycle through them. Did we stick to one line for all of these? I think we made it. Okay, so. Yeah, Kevin, my little brother. Should probably put my dad first. Sorry, Soup, you're getting the boot. My bro's next. And there's no need to order these people. Like, I thought about doing that, but like that's kind of stupid. It's not worth it. Okay, so this is a good idea, right? Is this worth working on? That's the big question. All right, Soup is the veteran that sparked that whole idea. We'll put that there. Okay, so I think I'd have to ask him again, but I think he is. There's a lot of people I play games with that, anyone who wants to join. I'm going to spam this video into my Discord messages again. So those are right here, and here's the mastermind community as it exists right now, and I have direct messages, and it's a fucking mess. It's just this massive list of people that some of them I know, some of them I don't. This is a good like starting point for spamming people stuff. It's just, I do think it's a good idea to get things as polished and ready as possible, because if a random person on the internet's not going to listen to me, then I don't see why somebody in my inbox would listen to me anymore, right? Like just, well, I guess there's that personal connection and I can beg them. But, all right, so we're looking for millionaires and billionaires, people with connections, people with skills. So I didn't say people with connections, but I don't know, it's too green, right? Like, didn't I have a... Noah Kagan's way down here. We just put that in the line there. Okay. Oh, Elon Musk is this one. Where did he go? There he is. Okay. So, those are the kind of people I would be looking for that could help me create the WebOS. The future of the internet. The Everything app. Dummies, listen to me. Fuck. Alright, so all the best software, we're going to make it. We're going to make it. It's going to be built. We just got to get our shit together. So, well, I mean, life has to just get out of my way and let me succeed. Once I get a little bit of success, it's going to be game over, and I'm going to do all these things, unless life kills me, or I kill myself, which is like kind of what seems like is the game, I guess. I have to try and keep believing in myself. Yeah, so I can go through all of these and these and these and go through all the people, okay? I don't know if the black box is worth it. This is just a confusing another idea here, but in this UX one, it's like it's really just the WebOS. I mean, some proof of like, you know, good idea is like the whole thing that you can't do tabs in Notion, and they're kind of hard to do in Figma. And so, like, talking about UX is sort of a, you know, this UX thing. Sort of about these tabs, right? Kind of be cool if I made a tab for each one of these things, and that's sort of what you need. I could do it probably pretty easily. Put like different UX controls in some tabs and let people see all of them and like make them look good. But it's tricky to make them work properly. It's tricky to do anything. It takes a lot of time, and you got to figure out what's going to work, what's going to actually make you money. So, you know, to make a big company, you need money. You need to hire people. You need to hire a lot of smart people, which is expensive. To put smart people with skills, smart people, anyone willing to pay $10 a month, people with connections. So this should go. Looking for people with connections. Like Noah Kagan. Or Mr. Beast. Oh, how about fucking, what's his name? The other podcast dude, Lex Friedman. Lex, is it just an I, Friedman? Let's see. Lex, I'm on my other monitor. Lex. Yeah, Friedman. Lex Friedman, please. He's got connections. He's got so many connections. Oh, Bezos. Like, fuck yeah. I listened to Bezos once. Jeff Bezos. Bezos, I think. Okay. Bezos? I don't know. Yeah, any of those smart investor guys, like, just give me a holler. My email, let me give you my email address. Oh, there it is, Mike@Lou42. You can have my phone number at this point, because, like, I'm literally about to kill myself. 885-79-7954. Is this a big mistake? Am I going to regret this forever? No, I can just change my phone number if it becomes a problem. I don't really like my phone number that much. It's the wrong area code. I probably need to change my phone number. It's all competing. It's not like separate enough. Well, these are just, it's unclear what's going on here. I think I could make these less bold. Enter to select all. Medium. That's kind of in the right direction. It's harder to read. But I don't necessarily like this being bigger necessarily. It's too bold. Figuring out, well, I don't know. What if this and this get, whoops, shift, get paired up, tightened up, enlarged, and then pushed down a little bit. It's like there's too much layout going on here. It's the way it interacts is just, it's not simple, and so it's kind of not working real well, but it's not terrible. So that's me. Not hard to get a hold of, folks. If anyone wants to help me out, I'm here. And it looks bad from a distance. This is too close. I don't know. Why is it? I don't like it. This can then, I don't know. Fuck, man. It doesn't even matter. Like, none of this matters. It's all just a waste of time. My life is a waste of my time. Like, I have such disrespect for my own life. It's terrible. I have respect for my wife and my family and who are the people who are doing the little they can to help me. It's like, thank you, but my life is bad. And it's too hard. It's just not worth it. And that sucks because I'm sort of obligated to stick around. And so it's a really bad life experience. It's a bad life experience. Depressing. Whoa, no, why would tab go up there? I didn't even want tab though. I think what we want is to not have this in one text area because I kind of like Control Enter, Control D. Select both, Shift A, try and fix this, change the direction. Way too much spacing, I don't know, 20 maybe for now. And now we go with it. Depressing, humiliating. Control Enter, Control D, Enter. Failure. Struggle. Suffering. Pain. Suicide. There's certainly more bad words, but and you could then do the good life experiences. Alright, this will be interesting. Oh, that's not the right layout. Fucking loser. Yeah, definitely kids. Family. Money. I mean, bills, debt. It's a nice order for those good things, right? This is a pretty badass layout, not gonna lie. The right aligned text here with the kind of just very simple, but and then the list of things here that you use that template for anything. I want the good life, obviously. Like, who doesn't want the good life? Well, we gotta figure out how to get there. We're going slowly. Get rich slowly. That was an idea I sent to Brian a long time ago. Get rich slowly. He gave me some input, gave me some ideas, but like then we just sort of didn't do anything about it. It was kind of like, okay. I mean, well, the things he said and the things I said were kind of on different pages, and so it wasn't like, yeah, that's awesome. Let's do it now. Like, what are we waiting for? Sort of was just like we traded ideas and then didn't really talk about it ever again. We lived together. We talked about all kinds of things, but it wasn't like a top priority because maybe we both didn't really believe in it or knew it was going to be harder than it looked or whatever. I do kind of feel like putting this tab system in here. Like, doesn't that seem like the best place? Whoa. Let's bring it out for a second. And we don't need the stuff in the middle. We're actually trying to put these things in there. Let's duplicate this for a second so I don't lose it. Let's change this to dark and put it in here. And kind of zero out the padding, I think. A lot of times when there's just giant padding, it does that automatically sometimes for you. So here's an alignment issue. Does this align with the tab up there? Kind of looks nice to do it that way. But it's competing. It looks too similar. And so something's got to change. Not sure. What I could just go center. That's kind of weird. But I could also wrap it. Wait, no, this is one big text area. I can't wrap it because it's not broken out. Fuck. Well, I mean, I could wrap it like just with words like this, put spaces in between. Or I could just create tabs for these things like I kind of was thinking. Will these wrap properly? Let's see if we can even get it to wrap at all. All right, it's weird though because the white one needs to be on the bottom. So you'll see this sometimes in Windows where there's like a multi-level, multi-layers to the tabs. It's kind of cool. It's just kind of like little things that you can click on. So let's go with it. Calendar, files, projects. People, whoa, we don't want to duplicate the text, we want to duplicate the box so that the layout comes with it, and then we're going to have to fix these, but people, how about life? How about AI? This AI assistant I was talking about a second ago, life. But yeah, obviously all these things too. Let's put this over here, and we can get rid of some of these. I didn't rewrite timelines. I guess that's fine. It's not perfect. It's kind of weird, but we're going to go with it. We actually, because I know this is already going to mess up this layout, we're going to delete this one and then put this one in here. All right, why is it so big? Because it's fixed, right? I think. And so essentially, I'm going to actually do this. Comma, space, delete. Control right, comma, space, delete. Control right, comma, space, delete. Control right, comma, space, delete. Shift enter. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, fuck. When you get on these things, it's not clear what's happening. I think I messed something up. I think that's what it was supposed to look like. But anyway, I wanted to just select the damn thing. Right align it. The line spacing's a little off. They shouldn't be capitalized. I don't think it's this thing that's doing it. I just was using caps lock at the wrong time. Wrong way. I think scaling this is kind of what I'm feeling is what should probably happen here. This could also just not scale but shrink. And then this just goes back down there. It's weird. It's not ideal, but it's not terrible. I don't know. It's kind of funky to have like these. These are probably too big, and this is just. I don't know, maybe this could be bigger. But then the layout gets fucked. Oh, what? Where did he come from? That was weird. Was he on my clipboard or something? Let's see. Fill. Okay. It's not better than it was, so part of me is like, fuck, I should just go back. All right, are we ready to time travel? Click, Control Copy, Control Z, 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 Z. We're just gonna go back in time till we have the original. There it is. And then we Control V, and it goes to the bottom, and we up, and put it next to it. So now we can compare the new one and the old one. I like the old one way better. It's just cleaner and easier, and this one's confusing because the tabs suck. But so this is bad UX, right? Now we throw it out. We probably just delete it because it's not good. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, if I'm looking for the ones that I'm trying to export, I don't want to export the garbage. I gotta get better at that. I don't even know if these are good things. These are just very generic things, and like I don't know if people are ready for that. So I don't know if this is a good one even. To be honest, maybe this goes way down here or in between. Okay, so are we still streaming? I haven't checked on my OBS in a minute. 4 hours. What the fuck? It's already 1:30. Jesus Christ. All right, Mr. Noah Kagan, maybe you can help me. Got to round up my peeps and make the WebOS that I've been telling my people about for my whole life. God, my life is bad. It's not worth living. It's a big fucking trap, and fortunately, there's not much I can do about it. So, 2 ways to join. Survey is the way it's gonna go. So let's go to Google. Is it Google Forms? Google Forms logo. Images. Tools. I'm on the other form or on the side here. Let me check OBS. All right, we're go here. More. Tools, color, transparent. Took a second to find that. This is a weird one that somebody made. This one looks more on brand. This one's also darkened version of that one. This is the icon from Google, or from Wikipedia, but you know, like that's the isolated icon. Well, I was looking for one from Google that's like the official one. I'm not sure if there is an official one. This one looks like it's pretty good, so we'll go with it. So, the whole upshot of all of this is that we're going to send people to a Google form. I want to get the whole world to join my email list. If I can get the whole world to join my email list, then I can change the world a lot faster. Obviously, right? Now, obviously, everyone's not going to join all at once, but if I can get 10% of the world to join me, then I can get the rest. Because if I can get 10%, I can get 11%. And what's the limit? Okay, so we'll call out all the people. Probably don't need his image in there, to be honest. He knows what he looks like. Yeah, so creating a podcast to interview people takes a lot of time and effort. Like, you got to have a location set up. You got to, you know, get the... Well, and me as a nobody who can't get people to... Like, I can't get anyone to watch my videos at all. Like, why would anyone want to interview with me? So that's kind of crazy. But it's just a matter of time till one of these people notices me and then I blast off, right? So we're looking to blast off. So let's look for a cool... rocket illustration. Images. Which the coolest one? This one's kind of on brand. It's not my image. Can I steal it? That's kind of a cool hand-drawn one. Well, if I'm worried about licensing, I'd just say, imagine a cool rocket illustration. With, I guess, a red rocket to be the same kind of color. So, to send people to Google Forms, I want to preview the questions. And that can literally be just setting up this Google form and doing a screen recording as I scroll through each question. Maybe I just try my best to center it on the screen and then just take a screenshot and paste it over here in Figma, and then I can get all those screenshots labeled and imported better into DaVinci. And so as I go through all this whole thing, it's another big piece of the puzzle. This wouldn't work without a form to collect email addresses and get some information about people. So, yeah. So the interest thing is probably not all that useful. Do I want to show people my bad side? Probably, well, I can't afford it right now, but like if I got 1,000 people, then we're definitely going into the ditches for a few minutes to be like, this is fucking crazy. And I cannot believe it's been this hard. It's actually unbelievable. And now obviously my approach is bad, and so that's why it's been so hard, is like I've been kind of stubborn with it, but it's still pretty ridiculous that I can post that much shit on YouTube without getting any kind of response. I mean, I've gotten like a couple people to be mildly interested, but then they like fizzle out and don't come back. It's like, well, it's maybe because I have negative energy. I definitely have negative energy. Do you have negative energy? Do you have negative energy? I would say I'm a negative too. I'm pretty negative. Well, I could be. I try not to be more negative than I have to, but I'm definitely negative. And at times I'm definitely a negative 2 or 3, but I try not to be negative. So maybe I bump that up to a -1. Okay, definitely want to find business owners. Okay, maybe as I'm going through all of these things, do you want to? I mean, yeah, like, I really do. It's all I think and talk about. And so, I don't know if I'm unique in that regard. Am I a level 3 business wannabe? Level 3 business wannabe. That's fucking awesome. Alright, what graphic can be the level 3? So the level 3 could be this little red tag here, level 3 business wannabe. Let's try it. Let's duplicate this. Just delete this. This is kind of small, isn't it? I think I shrunk it for that one. Whoa. Yeah, let's go with it. Should we have it sloped down? I think sloping up is a little bit more, but this is kind of a little bit more edgy level. So this should be, what? Caps lock. And I'm holding shift to, I turn caps lock off, I think, and then hold shift to go back into caps mode temporarily. Just feels more like a good idea. Can this be black? Yeah. Level 3. Business. Jeez. My caps lock skills have deteriorated. It's getting worse. I need help. Wannabe. Oh, man. That's kind of cool. I don't know if it makes the cut, but I kind of like it. I'm a level 3 business wannabe. Okay, so do you have any skills? Maybe there's a text area here. I think I can do a section with like put the, like, I mean, the question is sort of like, how skilled are you? Turning the question of all of these into like how, or do, this is the do questions, but also like how skilled are you? Might be a better way to say it because it's not a do you have any skills is more of like a yes or no. How skilled are you is more of a -3 to 3. So how embarrassing is this that I'm having to share all my great ideas with the world and nobody's watching? Wow. Wow, Michael. Wow. Fucking dumbass. Jesus Christ. It's so fucking bad. I hate it. All right, let's not be negative. How skilled are you? Oh, text area. I was trying to think, how can I let people type something? Because this is kind of a, you know, like, I'm sure people have a lot to say about what their skills are. Okay. Do you have connections? Yeah, obviously. And then like a text area for who you know. Tell me who you know. I don't have many connections. I got a few. I don't know if those people would publicly stand by me. They should probably watch some of the bullshit I've been posting before they do that, right? Do I have negative energy? Like, this is between a -3 and 0. Average -1. So that's worth kind of maybe illustrating. So I do want to give people all the answers to these questions. I should probably do it in step with, like, you know, don't show all the questions and then all the answers. Like, display one question at a time and then give my answer. Go on to the next one. That would make sense. So, gender, male, female, other. Are you willing to prove it? Can you prove it? And the answer, my answer to this is yes. For $10 a month, I will show you I'll send dick pics. No, I'm not gonna send dick pics, but it's kind of funny. So, well, I mean, depends on who I'm sending them to, I guess, but I don't know if I want everyone to see my wiener. It's too small at times. It likes to shrivel up and hide. And I'm a big guy and getting bigger, so that doesn't help. Fatter you get, the smaller your dick looks, that's for sure. All right, so are you fat? How fat are you? This might discourage all the fat people from joining, but it's like, I'm getting fatter. I'm probably a 1. I'm not obese, but like, I'm overweight. Above average? Actually, I'm probably not even above average, to be honest. So maybe I'm a 0. This is why it's tricky to answer these questions and why these numbers are kind of insightful, but it makes you think, at least. And, well, if you're 600 pounds, you're probably a 2 or a 3. If you're a little bit overweight, you're probably a 0, 1, or maybe a 2. If you're underweight, you're like negative or a 0. So it's sort of like, how fit are you? We could change that. How fit are you? And then I would be either a -1 or a 0. It's just the opposite question. Okay. Yeah, all the things. I don't even know what that meant. How successful are you? How happy are you? How smart are you? How creative are you? Do you want to join a team? What skills do you have to offer? Which idea do you like the best? Now, this is a cool area where I could actually like put people to the test to be like, well, I think maybe better is just, do you think the WebOS is a good idea? Or maybe, would you like to work on the WebOS? Or would you like to just give me $10 a month? I mean, maybe I focus on the Discord server because that's kind of the way this $10 a month is going to happen in the short term. And yeah, it's sort of like you can check out Bob's website and I can, do the whole responsive thing and be like, look, it's not bad. It's not perfect. It's not even done yet. And I should be working on this right now. But my WebOS is just a simple front-end framework that works. And it's more of an idea to take that and extend it to all the things. And frankly, the WebOS is inclusive of all the existing things. So it doesn't matter if you want to use React or something else. My framework is going to use my software is going to use my framework, but you can use whatever you want. It's basically just, let's make all the things better and call it a WebOS and focus on super simplicity. And, well, we need better tools and we need to unify all those tools. So it is a great idea. You don't understand it because you haven't lived my life for the last 10 years trying to figure this out. Unless you're a software person and you can hear all the things I'm saying and realize that they're true. But now you have to get out of your own way and come join me and help me out and deal with my negative energy. So the people who do, I think, will be pleasantly surprised at the truth behind what I'm saying. We're going to create the universal university. We're going to create a better Figma, a better Notion, a better Discord, better YouTube, better Google, better AI, better tools to help people do shit. We could. I don't know if I'll actually make it, and I'm getting a headache, so I might give up. This is all part of the problem here, folks. All right, so maybe they can hear me right now. Was that today? Yeah, that was today. Was I streaming? I would assume so. Conspiracies. Well, so this would be a... I was thinking we should analyze the conspiracy theories. Theories. Jesus Christ. 9/11. JFK. Pizzagate. Frazzle drip. I mean, if they're really that bad, you'd think that they'd just be murdering more people and getting caught. But it's likely I don't know, there's some weird shit going on. That's for sure. Hard to say. Well, I mean, why not? Why not put it on there? So, like, we could just start with 9/11. But how about... Well, first let's start with JFK, 9/11, Pizzagate, and then Frazzle drip. Like, this could get me killed because, if it's true, which I think it might be, then it's really, really fucked up. And if it's fake, if it's misinformation, then it's no big deal, right? So let's see. Let's see what people think. Suspicious or not. And it's not just whoops. So these are kind of like the more optional ones, but level of suspicion. Suspicion? Is that right? No way that's right. Sheesh. Level of suspicion. Jesus, okay. -3 to 3 on all these. I would say 3, 3, 3, and 3. Super suspicious. Way more like questions than answers. And, well, COVID is suspicious as fuck. I mean, you can look at the thing that Trump just posted. Twitter files, bad and suspicious as fuck. Epstein, suspicious as fuck. And then, like, Ricky... Is it Ricky? Ricky Dearman. I don't know if his name is Ricky or Rick, I forget. But, that's a crazy one. I don't even know if I should do that one, because that's some fucked up shit. But, I don't know if that name's even right. Why did it go up there? I should go to the top of the list? Is that what you're telling me, Notion? Fine, we'll leave it there for a second. Well, we could Google it. Well, let's Google Ricky Dearman. Let's go on an adventure. Ricky Dearman. Ricky Dearman. Ricky Dearman. Palindrome. I don't actually know if it's just Rick or... That's him. I'm not logging in to LinkedIn. Fuck off. The Hampstead hoax. This is it. All right, folks. It is Ricky Dearman. All right, so this is crazy. This is this little bit of the story. I'm not going to read through it right now. The Hampstead hoax, I don't think was a hoax. And that's fucked up. Like, really fucked up. Is there a P in Hampstead? Where did that tab go? Hampstead. Hampstead. Hoax. Let's just call it a 3. The Hampstead is a 3. Level 3 fucked upness. Okay. So, an Internet of Truth, Jordan Peterson, would be pretty useful. Could use some help on that, guys. Well, maybe they're all in on it. It's kind of like the fear, right? Like, it's a spiritual thing, and they're all kind of the same entity. They're all like one giant NPC that's run by God, that's like this admin or AI of the whole world, and that there's only... I mean, the worst case is it's only me. I'm just streaming to myself, stuck in this little prison, and somebody's trapped me here. That's actually probably the most likely thing, is that I'm the only real being. At this point, that's what it feels like. It's trying to, like, prevent me from succeeding, which is weird. Why? I don't know. I could have easily succeeded by now with just a little bit less fuckery in the way. Okay, so we're getting there. Let's actually go and try and create this form. That's going to be a bit of a thing. I don't even want to leave this absolute terrible thing on my computer. Well, the kids, like, for the kids' sake, maybe we skip that one. Because it is their dad, and I'm not sure what happened. And it's actually terrible to think about. So, Google Forms. I mean, we could ask all of the defense people what they think about the war. And what if most of them are like, yeah, we're not sure this is a good idea? Then why the fuck are we doing it, right? Like, okay, now I'm getting myself killed because, you know, it's a simple idea. Use Google Forms to get people's responses. And this is why life is holding me back. Because, like, it doesn't want people to succeed or something. Why can we move this if it's not really supposed to be moved? Familiar access? Anyway, so mastermind intake form number 1. All right, which questions do we start with? Well, first, let's look at settings. Verified. Send responders a copy of the response when requested. Sure. Allow response editing. Maybe we just always do this. it's actually a good idea for you to have it, like in case you're curious how you responded. Maybe you forgot which response you made, and if you have a copy of it, but we'll let people shoot themselves in the foot if they don't actually want it. Responses can be changed after being submitted. Sure, why not? Requires sign-in. Limit to 1 response. Yeah, I think that's a good idea for now. Presentation. Show progress bar. I don't know what that looks like, but we could try it out. Shuffle question order. No. Confirmation message. Your response has been recorded. Maybe I put the Discord mastermind link here. That would be cool. Or at least the landing page. Show link to submit another response. No. View results summary. Share results summary with respondents. Okay, so this is interesting, but we're going to leave that off for now. Disable autosave for all respondents. No. Okay, I think that's good. We don't want to publish. Are these automatically saved? It's not clear to me. There's no save button. There should be a visible thing that turns into a check when it gets saved, right? Like, where when you change something, it looks disabled for a second and then lights back up when it gets saved. Like, you need some sort of feedback that it's actually legit, but I guess we'll trust it. Form defaults. Collect email addresses by default. What? This form and new forms. It's like, yeah, so this is more of this probably shouldn't be in the settings for this form. It should be like some more global settings so that we know what's going on here. Question defaults. All right, so I think that's good. We want email addresses. Do you understand that, like, I will get your email address? Okay. And then, so these are like sections, and I can do add section, and this is now section 1 and section 2, and I'm not sure how these look exactly, but let's see if we can figure this out. Would you like email updates? What would be weekly? Maybe it's checkboxes. 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 Weekly, monthly, or none. Okay. Or you just skip it. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe I could do like, can I share your email address? No, I'm sure people don't want that. I don't even think this one's required, to be honest. Let's just get rid of it. Okay, so this is where we start building this thing out. Would you join the Discord server? I think that's going to be the end goal of this whole thing. You don't have to, but upon completing it, that's sort of the goal. So maybe we just go to gender next. Male, female, doesn't matter. And then add other. All right, this is gonna be wild, huh? Probably should be required. How about age? I think age matters. So this would be a Short answer, I think. Wait, where did gender go? Motherfuckers, what? Control Z, Control Z. Oh, wait. I thought I was adding a new one. I did, didn't I? Oh, but then I clicked back into it. Whoops. Okay, so age. Short answer. And you could say doesn't matter in there if you wanted to, but this is what we're doing, this is what we're going with. Okay, so maybe this is just, would you like to, well, I mean, why join if you're not going to submit the questions, right? So what are these questions? We got, let's just get them in there and then we'll figure out where they go. How about, how successful are you? Forget businesses, how successful are you? Multiple choice, linear scale, -3. Oh, no. What? I guess we got to go multiple choice on this, I think. So, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3. Complete failure. Chronic failure? I mean, let's just stick to the -3. 0 is average, I guess. And 3 is Elon Musk. All right, so duplicate. How happy are you? This is the barely surviving, and this is thriving. And I mean, you could reword these to be more extremely bad or good, but like it should. This is more like euphoric, right? But we're just gonna leave this. How smart are you? A rock or AI? Godlike? Duplicate. How creative are you? Black hole of energy. Or godlike. Yeah, how about that? Like the anti-creative. I mean, I don't know how you get so bad. All right, duplicate. What skills do you have to offer? How skilled are you? How about a monkey? Or what if we go with Elon here? Or how about, what's his name? Fucking chess dude. What's his first name? #1 chess player. Magnus. I was thinking Magnuson for some reason. That's why I was confused. Magnus Carlsen. Was he the most skilled? Like, no. He's just probably the most smart. But, I mean, he's skilled at chess. But that's not really what we're talking about. Well, I guess he's pretty skilled at chess. Alright, we'll leave it. Oh, he can join my fucking group. Hell yeah, he can. All those chess peeps, they're smart people. Let's add them to the list. Magnus Carlsen. I'm looking for anyone who can help me. All right, so Hikaru can join. Nakamura, Nakamoto, Naka something. Not gonna live here anymore anyway. What was that from? Not gonna something anymore anyway. Hikaru Nakamura. Alright. We're like Anna Kremling, but we're not going to the other side just yet. Alright, so where'd my form go? Fuck. It's already 2 o'clock. I don't know if we're going to finish this today. How skilled are you? Where's my Notion thing? I know these are like a lot of, you know, kind of tricky questions where smartness, creativity, skills are all kind of the same thing. And kind of, maybe I just get rid of those. Yeah, I think maybe those are the only 2 questions that matter. And that's kind of what I was thinking a long time ago, is that it's not like money and happiness are the only 2 things, but it's a pretty good indicator of how you're doing in life. My answers were -1 on the success meter, and that's really like, well, from a financial standpoint, but from a... These are all really tricky questions, so I would have to try and evaluate. But maybe we evaluate this for each other. How about that for an idea? How successful are you and how happy are you? We're going to rank each other's, you know, based on these, you know, -3 through 3 and the standard deviations. And yeah, I'm probably a -2 on happiness. Well, it's because I'm just so stressed out, and I could be happier if things were looking up, but they're not. They're fucking awful, and it's rigged. It's like a game. It's a stupid rigged game. So, here we go. Mastermind intake form number 1. Gender, age. Would you like email updates? Maybe I just remove this one and just say that, because I don't want to have to query the goddamn form for, well, I guess I have to anyway. Emailing people, I think maybe I'll just do it manually. Just copy and paste the column and see if it'll get added to a BCC list, right? And then just, but can I get everyone on one list? I don't even know how that works. We'll find out. How successful are you? How happy are you? Okay. Now, should we help the unsuccessful people or help the successful people? I think it's really about potential. So maybe we add this as the 3rd question. Do you have potential? Yeah, I like it. Let's go with it. And then we'll just skip this one. And skip this one. Alright. And the conspiracy theories and all the other things, we'll get to that in due time. But, like, trying to just not give people a reason to leave. So maybe we don't need a second section. If we just, can we just delete this second section? How do you delete it? Delete section. There we go. One form. Can we view it, preview it? Boom. So yeah, you kind of have to check it off. It does it for you automatically. Thank you. All right. Mail 39, I think. Changes every year. It's hard to keep track of, to be honest. Yeah, let's go. A weekly roundup. What did I say? Success over here, I said I was a -1. I'd say that's probably pretty accurate. I've been successful and I've been complete failure, but I'm going to bump this to a -2 because I feel pretty bad about my level of success lately. How happy are you? I'm barely surviving, folks. I was a -2 on my notes, but I mean, I try not to be so negative, but life gets hard. You can watch my streams if you're wondering why. Do you have potential? Yes, absolutely. I have insane potential. This is the burden of my life. And you can optionally send yourself a copy, and I think that'll work. So I should probably record. This form isn't accepting responses. Manage publish settings. Copy responder link not published. I think this is good. I think I just what? Yeah, I didn't submit it because it's not published yet. Bold? What is this bold for? I can make this bold? Oh man, that's wild. Okay, I'm digging it. Form description. That's kind of weird. This one's below and this one's... Oh, this is also below. Isn't it usually above? And you can't make this bold? Oh, this is not an input area. Form description. If you'd like to help me not be miserable, please fill out this. Please kindly go fuck yourself. Out the form. Okay. Now, I mean, like, I can be an angry person, and I'm probably going to get pissed off at times about people not being, well, like, how hard this has been, and just getting upset about it, and yelling around and stuff. Like, I'm probably going to stomp my feet a little bit. So if you're not capable of, you know, a little bit of a temper tantrum, then maybe don't join. Well, some people would be like, no, fuck you. We're all adults here. Let's not be, like, unreasonable. I'm usually not. But I got a headache. I'm not happy about this. I don't want to be doing this. I'd rather be making money, but life has been blocking me pretty hard on that regard. So, yeah, so I need to record myself using this form. I think going to the other screen, where is this? I think I can start recording this. Let's just see, start recording. Boom. Okay, so let's move quickly. Let's go full screen. Let's change the form name. Oh, there it goes. That's good. We do want to publish it. Anyone with the link? Done. Publish the form to accept responses. Yeah, that's fine. Publish. Okay. So, simple response management. Stop or start accepting responses on your form. Published. Okay. It's a little confusing, but I guess I get it. What I want to double check, we are accepting emails. That should be apparent, and then we are not allowing the sharing of the results, but I think I might change that in the future, so we can go over that. Let's go to the preview, and this is where I would talk about my responses. So, yep, you can have my email address. I'm a male, as far as I can tell. I'm 39. I would like updates. I feel pretty awful about my success right now. I feel like I'm struggling way too hard, and I feel like I have crazy potential. I would like a copy of my response. I can't submit it because it hasn't published yet. So let's do that again. Let's just go back to preview mode. Yes, we lose all our responses. We're going to do this one more time. It's published though. Why can't I respond? Settings. Isn't there a way to send these to a sheet? Yes, here we go. Create new sheet. Create. But why didn't it let me submit it? This is kind of cool. Looks differently than I remember. Why? All right, I'm gonna stop recording because I just fucked that up. Why doesn't it's published? Why doesn't this let me copy responder link? So the preview maybe just doesn't let you submit. Well, the only required one is this one, and then the submit button should light up. Does it have a... Oh, forms cannot be submitted in preview mode. All right, let's go copy responder link. We could shorten it, but I don't trust those shorteners. It's probably better to just... Ooh, that's a big URL right there. Maybe that should be shortened. Do I trust the shortener, though? Fuck. I mean, I can test it. I don't want to share that one. Copy responder link, shorten URL. All right. I think that's good for, I don't know. It redirects to this one, but can we get Google Analytics on this thing? Let's see. That would be useful because if I'm going to send people here, analytics for Google Form. You can visualize responses, but how about page landings? How about abandoned forms? Completion rate. You could back into the number of total views, but like if we don't have the number of people landing on the form, like fuck, man. Well, I could set up a simple landing page that has the form embedded in it. That's crazy that you can't get like just view statistics. Go to settings, open presentation, ensure view results, summary is enabled. This looks like it could be something. Wait, view results summary. Here's what is view results summary? What is this? This is the view link? Oh my god, I'm so confused. Preview, leave, responses, view in sheets. Why doesn't it? Oh. It'd be cool if it showed the sheet there so you knew it was linked. Unlink, select, email. I'm looking for... like the analytics stuff. Where is the stuff they're talking about? The publish analytics and view results summary? Settings, presentation. Is this for Google Forms or Docs? Print? What? How do you get... Why do you click print? I'm so confused. Go to settings. Publish analytics. Publish and show a link to the results of this form. Showing the results and the analytics are two completely different things. All respondents will be able to see the summary. This is so confusing. Okay, so I don't see anything in here about analytics. I would assume he did say something about presentation after submission, view results summary, important details. No, I don't want to do that. Well, maybe you just can't do it. But completing the form will be an analytic, a measurable response. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be slow growth. I'm not recording anymore. I could try and record this bit real quick so I have it, so I can bring it into DaVinci. But that's wild that it's not going to let me change settings. Just brings you back here. It's not going to let me. I could put a video on there. That would give me a little bit of view analytics. But I'm actually not feeling it. I'm thinking like the video should be self-explanatory. The idea is good. Okay, it's like it's hard for me to even believe in it sometimes, but once I start getting people, we're gonna grow quickly because I have a good idea, and once people realize it, then it's gonna blast off. So I just got to get started. I got to get people to fill out the form, and well, okay, so I haven't really wrapped up the whole vision here of the Google form to these two communities in the Discord server. Like, I did think I could put the link in there. Would you? Maybe I just forget the email updates so that I can just send it to them anyway. They're giving me their email address, so allegedly that might happen. So fuck that. If they don't want to do it, don't do it. They can always opt out later, I think. We'll have to figure that out. I wonder if I could create a form that automatically removes people from the list. I don't think Google Sheets is... you'd have to use scripts to do it, and it would be tricky. But all right, so I was wondering if I should just put the mastermind server link in here. Well, so I really only want people who are willing to help each other, right? And stick this out for the long term. So like, I am looking for anyone who will give me $10 a month, but I do want to help people even for free. And so it is 2:00 and I've only had a banana today. I'm feeling kind of brain dead right now, but that's that 4th hour. Now we're approaching 5 hours on this one. Okay. I should be careful I'm not streaming the wrong screen again. I might want to record myself filling out that form, but I'm trying to nail down the whole flow. I was just thinking these Google Forms. So one thing I thought is I could put a question on the form about whether somebody would want to pay $10. And I don't want investors, like, fuck off. You're not going to take my WebOS. It's mine, bitches. But yeah, I'd like to launch the mastermind community with like at least 1,000 people showing up. And so I think to do that, I need to get like 10,000 people to fill out the form so that when only 10% of them show up, then it might work. So, so sort of a Kickstarter for my mastermind community. But then I'm also wondering if people would pay $10 a month. Would you pay $10 per month to support me? Me and our community. You fucking kidding me? You guys can't see this. This is crazy. All right. Oh my god, my neck hurts. HP. I'm trying to drag this down. And drag and drop is by no means an easy thing. Oh, now it's working. Give me a break. Maybe because I scrolled a little bit. But a second ago, yeah, it's like right here. I can't get this to go below the next one. Because it just... Oh, now it works. Okay. You have to get the thing to scroll. Having problems with the UI. Drag and drop is hard, though. But this is basically like... well... It's more like... I don't know, is other there a good one? It's sort of just like a multiple choice combined with a extended response. I'm not sure how long that response can be, but we'll just go with it. So, if I could get, like... If I could get enough money to really blast off, this would be a lot faster and better. And so getting people to invest in me at $10 a month, it's a pretty small investment, and it's not really an investment, it's more of a donation. I should probably be, let's just say donate. Makes people feel richer. And I mean, it could be sort of a competition between, or maybe I'm just asking, like, would you like to join the free or $10 per month community? Would you like to join for free or pay $10 per month to join the Badass? Mastermind. The Badasses. Or I'll just say $10 a month. Would you like to join for free or pay $10 a month? And then we have free and $10 per month. All right, when I get a handful of people willing to pay $10 a month, we could get started. But, well, I mean, it's like, I could give out the Discord link and people could join for free or pay $10 a month right away. But I do think having like a, threshold where I tell people, okay, we're going to launch when we get 1,000 people, and then we actually get 1,000 people, that would be a cooler launch, I think. Maybe we just, well, maybe it doesn't matter here. Maybe I just let people join and forget about it. I'm fucking editing the wrong screen again. Oh no, wait, what? Which screen am I on? Oh, I was showing the right one. Haha, nice. See, OBS disappears, and then I'm not sure which of the two monitors is streaming, obviously, so. I mean, this should be self-evident. Like, I mean, I want to help people become more successful. I want to help people be happier. I want to help people who have potential reach their potential. And I am looking for people who can help boost me financially and figure out which of my ideas is worthwhile and that sort of a thing. So, all right, let's try another shot at recording this damn thing. And I think we want the let's see. Let's get rid of these extra links that I don't even know what they mean. Here's the response thing. And all right, let's record like a sample bit of how this might work. Ready? All right, so upon completion, upon clicking the ad, you're going to land on this Google form page, and it should look like copy responder link and shorten URL. Did it just change this fucking thing again? God damn it. If it does that every time, how many times is that, like, how long is that going to be valid for? There's no way they just allow that indefinitely. Well, let's see if it works. I'm sure it works. All right, so yeah, and then it redirects so that the URL changes. All right, so upon landing at the upon clicking the advertisement link, you land on the Google form, and you have to submit your email address, choose your gender, age, how successful are you, how happy are you, do you have potential. Send me a copy of the response and click submit. And then it gives you a link to the Discord server if you would like to join, but you don't have to. I'm just looking for email addresses right now. We may or may not stay on Discord forever anyway, so yeah, you can edit your response. Probably don't want to edit this one. Yeah, so you're editing your response. Sharing this URL allows others to also edit your response. That's kind of crazy. Fill out a new response. You've already responded. Okay, so that button shouldn't even be there. Kind of a weird UX there, Google. But yeah, so now I should see it in the sheet. There we go. Time-stamped, email addressed, gendered, aged. Didn't I delete this question? If I delete this, is it going to fuck the whole thing up? Let us find out. Would you like to join? Delete column. All right. I don't think it's going to line these back up properly. I think we're going to have to like unlink and relink a new sheet, but let's see. So I already submitted one. Resubmit. Fuck. All right. Let's just. I think I copy paste the form again to get back to the main page. You've already responded. Edit your response. Well, let's just edit it and see what happens. Let's say I'm average today, feeling average today. I don't need a new copy. And now we go back to the sheet, and it does successfully update it. So that's a good sign, so that new submissions aren't going to be miscolumned. If you put in the wrong column, it's not like it didn't latch on to the column ID. It's looking for the column header essentially. All right, so the problem with this is that I'm gonna have to write some code to filter out people's numbers. I could parse int on this bitch and get a 0 out of it, but that's gonna be, I don't know. I'm not really looking forward to Google Sheets and writing scripts for it because you gotta learn the whole API. It is JavaScript, and I like JavaScript, but I don't think I'm gonna like that. So anyway, I think this is ready. I shouldn't be recording this anymore. Maybe I should, can I delete this and try again? I wonder if it uses this as the kind of table of record. That's weird where it's like, it's different. It looks different. Responder updated this value. There's like a flag on here that says it's been updated. That's interesting. So people go in and like change their gender or age or something, you'll see that it was, I don't know if you see the old value, it doesn't look like it. All right, anyway, so can I do it again? Let's see. This is, all right, reload maybe. You're editing your response. No, I want to go back to the main form. You've already responded, edit your response. Well, so I would guess that this is just going to then create the same entry again. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Yeah. Well, I was wondering if I could kind of re-record it and delete my response. Let's see if something in this responses thing, we can we just delete it? Delete response. Okay. So if I want to re-record myself filling it out, not that it really matters, but it's this page, F11. All right. Let's stop recording and start recording again. Start recording. Okay, upon clicking the link in the ad, you'll land on this mastermind form. It's a Google form. All you got to do is check the box to submit your email address. Gender, age, I'm male, I'm 39. Am I a success? Nope, not in the least. Am I happy? Not in the least. Do I have potential? Massive potential. I would like a copy of the responses. All right, so that's kind of a fast run through of the whole thing. But it's not really a good run through of the whole thing. Let me see if I can Control R and refresh this. It's going to remember the responses. Let's just submit this thing, and then it must somehow clear this out when I clear this out, because it worked last time. So responses, click on the response, delete the response, yes, go back, stop recording, paste the form in to get back to the main page, leave, okay, F11 to full screen, and let me try again, start recording. Okay, when you get to the form, you can just check this box to submit your email address. And then I'm going to ask you a few questions. I'm going to also give you the response, my own responses to them. They're not that big of a deal. But I think gender and age matter for some things in life anyway. Success and happiness are important. And if you don't have them, you might want them. And if you have potential and you're not getting there, you might need help, like I do. So I'm looking for people who are successful. I'm looking for people who are happy. I'm looking for people with potential or without potential. Like, doesn't really matter, but I kind of want to know who's who and where you're at in life. I would suggest checking off this send a copy so that you know how you, in case you forget how you responded. And then when you click submit, there's a link to the Discord server if you would like to join now. I'm going to send out an email later when we get more people in there, so that if you don't want to join right now, I'll send you an email to join later. And then I can show you this. This is the Google Sheets response list. So everyone who fills out a response on that form, I'm going to get your email address, gender, age, your success level, your happiness level, and your potential. It's time-stamped. I'm not going to share these with anyone, but I was thinking in the future creating a mastermind community where we could actually like create little profiles and find people who are struggling and help them out would be a really good idea. And so right now it's all private. I'll see what you say and only me. You can, if you have anything else to say, I just forgot, I should have put an extra field on the end here. Maybe I should ask people for their good ideas. Do you have any good ideas? Because I think people like to share their good ideas. So let's do that. I think it's worth it. Let's see how it works when I add a new question to the end. We can stop recording, I guess. But now I got to re-record that whole bit because now it's going to change. Add a question. Oh my God. Do you have any good ideas? Paragraph. You write whatever you want in there. You can share something. You can. Okay, so now responses, mine, delete, yes. I think we got the same link up here. We can just paste that in. F11, push record. Okay, when you get to the Google form, all right, so maybe I should explain this first. Like how do we connect the, I'm going to stop recording because I'm streaming and I can still kind of capture all this flow if I needed to. So how do I get from these mastermind communities to the Google form? Because that's pretty like janky and not very professional looking, but bear with me, the form is a little funky. There's the email address isn't really a field. It's sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions. And well, I do need to explain the standard deviation briefly so people kind of know what you're not really supposed to respond with 3s. Only if you're in an extreme case. But also, like, yeah. So I'd like to talk to people about the WebOS, obviously. So that could go in this idea box here. Yeah, I don't know. It's begging for money is hard. It's like part of me is kind of trying to think through, am I going to get people to give me the $10? And that's really what I'm looking for. But I also know that it just takes like one millionaire to give me like a big chunk of change for a little while, so then I can learn to turn that into more money and pay them back, and then I don't need anybody's money. Then I can hire people, and I can pay other people to join my mastermind, which is then called a company, and who knows what the fuck I'll call the company. But all right, so I got to get all these images into DaVinci, but first I need to think through kind of the flow of ideas. So I think I can start with that little intro for the Digital Mastermind. I think I can talk about the 2 different ways to join, because it's a good way to just talk about money and putting it up front where it's like, and then I think going right into these 2 slides, like from one to the next and back, and then into the digital production. So it's like this one, then this one again. Why is that lined up properly? That didn't look right. I don't know why. And then this one. And maybe this is a good time to grab a Upwork logo, images, tools, color, color, transparent. Was that there? I didn't see it. Anyway, Upwork. I like this one. 2-toned logo, copy image. We need to go back here and find, I think it was over here where I was making some of these, and we can paste. And whoa, okay. I always shift, even though I don't think you need to anymore, but let's get this about the same size. I'd say that's about the same size. I don't know, delete, and we could copy this, bring this back over here, and I guess this just scales up to why is this so wide? 1920, because it was the wrong aspect ratio. Okay. So, yep, we want to hire people on Upwork. To do all kinds of things. And one of them is to make the WebOS. Well, it's really, one of them is to make a badass community and eventually make the WebOS. But, you know, like, it'll take some time and getting people to trust each other and trust me that, like, it's a good idea. So the WebOS, I think, is a good idea. But before I try and explain it, I need to collect email addresses of people who might be interested in joining a community that's based on making money online. So let me tell you my ideal person, because this will give you a better idea of like what this community is going to be like. And this is where I go through this whole thing. All right, so we're looking for all the people, and all right. Maybe I talk about the forum at the beginning. Maybe I talk about the Discord server. Maybe I joke around about the kind of people I'm looking for. Looking for anyone. Where was that? Looking for anyone to pay me $10 a month. Yeah, looking for anyone. All right, so I mean, yeah, I don't think I want to get too salesy with it. It's sort of just like, come if you want. So, but before I get into all the people, which is kind of a big brain dump, I think I should talk about the forum and the questions on the forum, and then I can run through all the people I'm looking for and try and wrap it up and just be like, you know, click the link. The Discord server's not ready yet, so if you try and join right now, it might be a little messy. But eventually, once I can getting the first 10 people is going to be hard. Getting, you know, the first 100 and even first 1,000 people is going to still be pretty tricky, because until we get about 1,000, I think that's a good mass of people. And well, it depends on how interested they are. I think I really need to get 1,000 people who are more than a little interested. So I need to, you know, get people interested, and not everyone's going to be interested immediately because you have no idea what I'm talking about. But I would like to think I know what I'm talking about. And, well, I could try and show, what if I could put the little equation, WebOS equation, which is not even here. Where the fuck is it? It's right here. I could put this one, copy it, I guess. This isn't the right size. Why isn't this the right size? I think we want to scale this. It's probably not centered. It is. I am scaling now. It's not wide enough. It's not even tall enough. Wait, what? Are these... Is this too tall? God damn it. Why is this so tall? Holy fuck, man. Was the other one too tall? 1920 by 1080. It's not hard. It shouldn't be so hard. Where was that WebOS coming from? This one. Is this the wrong size? Yeah, it's too tall. Are all of them too tall? 1080. Not 1080. Not 1080. 1080. So this one should be 1080. And this one should be 1080. Okay, so probably doesn't matter so much, but this was getting a little wonky, and this should be 1080 by 19, 20. Not that many. 19, 20. And it fucked it up. So, oh my god, it's so fucked. Alright, that's better. So what do we do here? We enter, Control G, just to kind of lock everything in place. Then we can... This isn't an auto layout. Why can't I center? Oh, I have to click this and then center. And then we'll stay in the middle when I properly size this thing. Okay. Now the question was, can I port this design to this little thing to make it extra cool? And I don't think it's going to work right immediately. All of these are pixels, and so I can't brighten them. But what I could do is a pretty quick... What the hell just happened? I need to frame this, I think, because putting a fill on a group is not a good idea in Figma, apparently. And then I can just ungroup the damn thing and put the fill on the frame. But we actually want the group. Control G, so that then I can use the frame with an auto layout and add some padding and hug and more of this and more of this, and then the border radius can help it look a little bit more of like this thing. I don't know, that's pretty jarring going from this to this. I don't know if it's worth it, keeping the little bit of yeah, but that's sort of the idea. Merge a bunch of cool programs into one. It's not going to be that hard. Could probably put Wikipedia in there. So I think making it clear that if you want to work on my good idea, you got to pay the $10 a month. I think that's the way to go. Like, if you want to work on the slow money, if you want to work on the big money, this is like slow and small money, and this is like big and fast money. So maybe forget the mastermind logo here. It's just WebOS for $10 a month. I don't know if that makes any sense. Doesn't make as much sense to me because it's not like the name of a community just yet, but it sort of is kind of the thing I'm going for. It's like $1 trillion idea, okay? How do I say that? I mean, I don't want to be trying to like ruffle any feathers here or anything. WebOS is $1 trillion idea. Can we not title case this, please? Or should I capitalize the T? Should I put a period at the end? It is sort of a sentence. It's not really the slogan, but it's kind of cool. All right, so I don't know. Is it worth it? Maybe I just name drop. Don't have to put it on there. All right. This is all part of the... You gotta figure this shit out on your own, people. If you want to work on freelance stuff, you can join for free. If you want to help me build the WebOS, I'm asking for $10 a month to create the most badass mastermind community the world's ever seen. And it's going to take time, and it's going to take money, and I don't have a lot of either of those right now. But the WebOS is a great idea, and I want to tell you more about it. But first, I need to get more people interested so that I can create a better presentation. And, well, I created a whole presentation about the WebOS. So that might not be a bad time to... I have a little... Well, I have the Discord Mastermind, and I have a little post in there about the WebOS.
It's a different logo. It's kind of a mess. Been sharing a bunch of ideas to nobody. So that's kind of depressing, and that's not putting the best foot forward. And so maybe I hide that from the audience, and instead of telling them like, hey man, like, you're gonna be number one and it's gonna be super weird. That's why I want to get a lot of people in here. But okay, so put the best foot forward, right? I don't want to waste more money. I don't want this to actually take longer than it has to. I want to launch. Oh, where'd my red rocket go? I made a red rocket earlier, and I think it's finished. I don't think any of them are that cool, to be honest. I think I could work with it and start, like, if you use words like future, and I've still got these stylized and weird and chaos and whatever. I don't know. I don't like it. I could just rerun it a bunch of times. Sometimes that helps, but I hope they're not going to charge me again. I don't. I spent like a couple $100 or something for the year. I don't remember what it was, but quickly running out of money. So yeah, how do I get from introducing this idea to, well, I could kind of write a script. I don't really want to do the script thing, but it's maybe not a terrible idea. What's a good font for a script? Maybe this one. Left align, darker. Okay, so there are 2 ways to join my mastermind community. For free, and whoops. Or for $10 per month. If you're not sure, just join for free, and then you can figure it out later. Yeah, so the free community I should have a better layout for this so these things aren't just floating around, but I'm not sure if I want to set that up. I mean, these could be auto layouted and like this, and but then I can't easily apply that layout to the new thing without, I guess I just click them and Shift A, but it jumps around a bit and probably isn't exactly the same. I'm not sure if it's worth it, to be honest, but okay, let's go with it. I have to do that for each one. Free community will focus on digital production, which is basically hiring freelancers to make cool shit. I should probably not swear in an ad or it's gonna get yoinked. And then it's just this one again. And the $10 per month group will become the most badass mastermind community in the world. But with a specific plan. The first project will be to complete build the web OS. This is my master plan. best idea. I think it's worth trillions. I'd like to tell you more about it. But first, and maybe I just flash this. I shouldn't be duplicating these, should I? Alright, we got this one. No, this is a different one. Fuck. It's just a management nightmare, these things. So, yeah, I could say this bit while there's all this stuff on the screen. Maybe I should dim this a little bit so that's... Ooh, I could just lower the opacity, right? To 80%. Is that better or worse? Probably worse. Maybe 90%, so it comes through a little bit. But maybe it should just be 100% and like a light gray so that it's just not as jarring. Could even be pink or something, but I haven't really figured out how to make that work so it fits the background a little bit. I think the gray, light gray, a little darker, just so that the it's not so bright. I think that works. It's a little dark, but alright, whatever. Alright, so I want to tell you what kind of people I'm looking for. This is the wrong effing size. I really hope these aren't... Oh, these are all the wrong size. I think I'd have to go through each one of these and resize them. I don't think I can multi-edit these. Height, 1080, let's see. Oh, okay. I don't think that worked before. I think it used to smush them both into that size. Why don't I just click this, enter? This is why you don't have random images or text in there, because this text is going to go 1080 high. Height, 1080. Boom. Whatever. Hug that shit out, bitches. Fill? No. No. Hug. Okay. Alright, so... No, my dad's not vulgar. Soup is vulgar. Alright. Well, that's the talking points. Hopefully I can improvise that. Maybe that's a good montage, right? I don't need to read them all off. Maybe I capitalize skills here, just because it seems to be more fitting with the rest of the capitalization. Maybe I uncapitalize Noah Kagan. People with connections, like Noah Kagan or Mr. Beast. Or, okay, so this could be actually part of this. I think we want the little font. It was this one. Control copy. He doesn't care. I know he doesn't care because I've been trying to tell him. X.com. It's going to make the layout bounce, so maybe I take it out of the flow, absolute positioning, and then just drag it down so that it's not jumping around as much. Should be a little bit bigger so that it's you can actually read it. It should probably be centered. Probably got off center there while I made it bold. And it's really small, so nobody's really going to be able to read it, but I think putting this in parentheses would be kind of better. It's like hint, hint. He writes code. He should know what that means. And I guess we can get the question mark out of here. So yeah, that's probably a pretty reasonable way to go. I mean, is this going to exhaust people? Doesn't have to last that long, and I can then put some cool music behind it. Could put some images with these things, but I'm sure a lot of people know most of these people, and so it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. I think for anyone willing to pay $10 a month. Did I fix the size? No, 1080. Okay. And this one is the wrong size. And so yeah, I'm trying to get to so yeah, I mean these can go in there. My dad's definitely not a millionaire or a billionaire. Definitely looking for anyone who can help. This is the wrong size, and it's a different message and different spacing, it looks like. This one could be tightened up a bit. Probably makes it not match the other ones, but anyway, this wrong size. I'm really looking for anyone who can help me, and that's kind of like desperation mode, right? So maybe it doesn't have to be like, yeah, so the whole thing is what's worth $10 a month? Well, it depends on what kind of community it is. So help me build a community. What if there's a community where you had to pay $1 million a month to belong? Like, that's the kind of badass community I want. But right now I'm looking for anyone who can help me get started with a little bit of ad money. And, well, so let me tell you the kind of people I'd be looking for. Obviously millionaires and obviously billionaires, but we'll start with millionaires. Well, my dad, my brothers, old friends, veterans. I can explain more about that in a minute. Well, that takes a little bit of a side tangent, and my old guild master. I don't know why I started with the gamer people, but badasses, business owners, famous people, people with skills, smart people, anyone willing to pay. Looking for people with connections like Noah Kagan, Mr. Beast, Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, Jordan Peterson, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. We could capitalize this X to make it easier to read and kind of fits more balanced. And I don't know, this could go a touch bigger. Let's let's take this, control copy, control paste. This should already be absolutely positioned. Too many dots. Looking for billionaires, but I already said that, and I don't think it needs to be said again. Looking for you. All right, so should this be part of that? How did I get? All right, so this is anyone can help me and anyone willing to pay $10 a month, which are similar, so similar that I don't think they both need to be said. Here's the big list. Help me build a $1 million a month community. I mean, that's aiming high, but like, I don't know if it's really necessary. Like, if I were a billionaire and there was $1 million a month community to do amazing things, like the most badass motherfuckers on the planet, and they were making cool shit and doing cool shit, and that's, you know, was the recommended donation like for a billionaire, then yeah, as a billionaire I would pay that much. So this would be like the billionaires club, but you know, it doesn't matter what it's called. So just want to get this shit started. Do I need all the millionaires and all the billionaires to be successful? No, I sure don't. Probably don't even want more than one. I want to keep the equity, and I want to be able to buy it back. Like, I want to own the WebOS. It's my fucking WebOS, you jerks. But you can help me, and if you are a millionaire or a billionaire, or you want to be one, and you want to create some cool shit, then the WebOS is probably the best way to do it. It's like, you know, fixing all the software. If you don't think if you know anything about software and you don't think it's broken, then maybe you don't join, because there's a lot of things that need to be fixed, and that's what we're going to figure out. So somehow I need to get people to click on the link to go to the forum, and maybe naming all the people is cheesy. I don't know. There's a lot of people there, and it might be exhausting. We'll see what the amount of time holds for that. I did want to maybe throw myself in the mix, and then maybe preview the community. I could record a little bit about the community. What time is it? Because they're going to be home soon. Fucking hell, man. My recording time is coming quickly to an end. I could kind of preview the community here, and well, I haven't really said anything about Discord yet, so I do have a Discord slide. I mean, I do think just telling people that at the end of the forum, well, I already recorded the forum thing, right? Do I need to re-record it? I was thinking about it. I could probably just use the last one. There's no need to redo that one. But yeah, it's like all the messages linked up in order to make, you know, some coherent sense. This is where I got stopped up last time. It's like I got it very, you know, well, close to finishing, or at least halfway done at least, right? And then it's like, oh fuck, how do we wrap this up? I think this is $1 trillion idea. I can't even read it. Let's make that darker. so we can read it. I think it's worth trillions. I mean, I do have a bunch of slides I could throw in there, like the Figma designers, JavaScript developers, this one, control copy, control paste, and what else? Yeah, there's this whole bit about making Discord better. All the big companies, like but that's getting kind of ahead of myself, and we just need to get people, smart people in there. So what am I missing here? Discord, the white Discord one might be less jarring. We could copy this over. So if you complete the Discord or the Google form, you get the link to the Discord server. But should I say something about? I don't know if this is a good idea. Should I say something about? Should I say something about getting like 1,000 people in there first, like kind of kickstarting it? This is transparent, right? I don't think it would look right on here. Yeah, it's dark and I can't lighten that very easily. I could create a mask. Am I up for the challenge? Not really. Like, does it look better on white? Probably. So, fuck it. I could have done it. I could have done it. All right. So, Google Forms to So I don't know if anyone's going to join. Like, nobody has joined so far. Spent $100 and got nothing. And so I do kind of want to mention these things. The Discord landing page still has my long, depressing video on there. And so that might be worth doing a quick bit about. And I don't know. It's probably a bad idea, I guess. It's going to push people away. And I guess that's kind of the thing. Like, I don't know. I guess I need to show people the whole potential meter. Because, well, it's... I mean, I guess if... Did I ever do those? Like, I do have the little progress bar things somewhere. If I turn them sideways... They're just rectangles. I think I'm going to redo it vertically. And let's see if we can figure this out. So maybe this background, I think just a simple font, which is like success, happiness, and potential. Shift A, and then go this way, and then K to scale, and scale them down, and probably don't, we enter, probably don't need them black, maybe semi-bold. And then make this fill. Whoa, that's not, no, we don't want each of them to fill. We want to shift enter and make the parent fill, so that then I can change the spacing to auto. I think, I don't know, I actually probably need a frame for each one of these. So let's, this is going to be a pain in the butt. Making grids is kind of a pain sometimes. I might need to just duplicate this. Probably going to do that. Okay, so the idea is that we have a little meter. By the way, we can get rid of this for now and this for now, and we are creating 3 meters. Doesn't really matter. Control D down here, and mine is definitely in the red. And then I can duplicate this. This should probably be capitalized and probably be way smaller. So let's fix this. I could make this a component. I could also make this an auto layout. Whew, nope. It messes with the positioning. Well, I could just group these two together and then make this an auto layout. Shift A, that'll work. Delete, 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 Control D, and happiness, and hug, and yep, dreadfully low. Let's make this, well, let's go both of them, black and, no, can't even see it, white and low opacity. Dangerously low, but it's not as obvious that it's I think this is more obvious that it's like a UI element. It's kind of bright for this dark background. Maybe instead of grouping this, all right, let's just delete this. Let's go into this one and Control Shift G to ungroup it, which is not what we wanted. We wanted to frame it, and then enter, Control Shift G, Shift enter, clip content, add a border radius to it. That's not working. Why not? Frame, border radius, appearance, corner radius, up, 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 up. Okay, the drag and drop didn't work. Good job, Figma. All right, that looks kind of cool with the rounded corners. Happiness, still the wrong layout because when I edited it, I edited the wrong one. So basically this one should have been the one I edited if I were going to duplicate that one. Whoa, and again for potential. And this one goes way up here. But we'll just, I think we'll go green with this one, and it could be like a lime greenish kind of, and maybe add an effect and a similar kind of blurry. Why can't I see this? Where is it? Oh, I put it on the wrong thing. Control X. Click on the, nope, not that one. Click on this one. Control V. Now we have the effect that is way too bright. And tone it down. It shouldn't be so low. It should be behind the thing. I think it is behind the thing. But the blur can kind of like, yep, that's what I've been trying to tell people. It's so much of a burden to bear that like I can't even deal with it anymore. And well, it's a long story, and a lot of people might think that I'm a fucking dumbass. And so that's where it gets tricky. Is like I want people to judge me, but if you judge me too fast and hard and get upset with me, then none of this is gonna ever happen. I mean, it's not like I'm without blame, but so Yeah, it's really that -3, -3, and +3 that's kind of crazy. So, I mean, these could even be lower. The good news is there's only up, right? So we want to find success, right? Like, help me find success. This might be too crammed in there, but I think it works. So explaining the standard deviations, let's see, standard deviation. I got too much shit on my screen here. Could probably just try and go, oh, so that's a third. It jumped on with the Notion size there when I did Windows right arrow key. So this is the idea behind the standard deviation, and well, yeah, so like figuring out how to respond to this is kind of up to you, but it's basically 68.2% of responses should be either -1 to 1. And 26 or 7% of responses could be a 2. And so if 68.2% equals -1, the range of -1 to 0 to 1, and then we'll say plus the, there's a 27.2, whoops. Sounds right? I don't know, fucking brain. Alright, so 2, might be squiggly brackets, is 2 or, oops, caps, 2 or, let's just say -2 or 2. So this is sort of like your average range, and maybe a little below or a little above, but like kind of most people right in the middle. This is kind of your outliers, and then, you know, the 3s are the extreme outliers, but the point here is that these two added together are, oh man, good thing there's a calculator right here. 68.2 plus 27.2. 95.4. I don't know if this is actually right statistically. I think you can, you know, the definition of a standard deviation makes this right. What was it? 95 point something? 95.4, which would be the range -2 to, whoops, -2 to 2. And so you only have about 5%, well, according to this, it's 4.2%. Looks like there's some rounding errors in here, but to come up with 100%. But this is how you break down a population in terms of like statistical norms. These are standard deviations, and well, like for example, I think, let's Google this. How tall, or what standard deviation is 6.6? What standard deviation is 6.6? The height, 6 foot, 6 foot tall. I don't know, Google's being dumb. I think they said it was like a 3 or even higher, maybe a 4. Standard deviation for men's height. Yeah, I guess so the number of standard deviations is really what I was asking. The standard deviation is like the 1. What does the 1 mean? On here, 1, is that a sigma? The 1 sigma is like a value, a certain height value. And 2 of them is double that, I think. And so it's just like, I don't know the best way to even explain it. Standard deviations are crazy. I didn't do very well in statistics, but God, I have so many tabs open. I'm going to clean this up for a second. Why do I create a new tab every time I do something? That's crazy. Thing is, if I know where to find it, there's no sense hanging on to it. This is a huge tab group. We're just going to close all of them. I guess we'll keep the form one open. Anyway, I don't know. I'm getting dizzy here thinking these shouldn't be so bold. Probably not so big. Probably different font, but whatever. So this is sort of this area in the middle, and this is sort of this area, and then it's like the whole thing. Well, so it's sort of from here to here is this. And so a response of 3, which is what I'm indicating on my responses, is pretty extreme. It's like, you know, if you don't believe me, come listen to me. I'll tell you all about it. I got some stories to tell. But if you don't, you know, if you want to just help out a little bit, you could just either follow me or come join the Discord community or just fill out this form. So, yeah, I think I don't know if this is great, but like 34.1% from here to here, that's from -1 to 1. And well, I think using like a height analogy to try and exemplify the standard deviation might be better, but I think generally speaking, this is like around average, and this is like above or below average in a pretty meaningful way. It's like slightly above or below average or around average, right? Right, this middle chunk. These are kind of the subtle outliers, and then these are the extreme outliers. And you can go above 3, 4, 5 standard deviations, but it drops off pretty quick. So I do kind of need to just explain this, and this is where it gets rough, okay? So we're going to take this, and Let's just get rid of these. I'll keep them around for a second in case I change my mind, but it's sort of just this. This is the point here. Scale this down. Alright, so I want to collect email addresses. I do have some check marks that are kind of nice. Oh, they're not even check marks. Thought they were. Didn't I make a check mark? No. Where were they? I could have sworn I turned these little boxes into check marks. There they are. Control copy. The layout's not even working properly. Whoa, okay. And here, and all the white needs to go dark here. We can just use this color and it'll look nice. And then probably shouldn't be red. I don't know. We could just hijack the purple color. This needs to be height hug. Enter. Why isn't this hugging? Height hug. Oh man. Are these all fills? How did that layout get so broken? What is going on here? There's like 2 layers on here. Control Shift G to ungroup. Stretch this out. They are spaced either automatically or these are, I think these are set to fill instead of hug. That's what's going on. This one, hug. Okay. Parents, hug your children. That's the message there. Not always easy to do. They're kind of little monsters. Well, let's change these. We're gonna go off brand here. Take the purple. Ooh, that's hard to see. I think we have to then go brighter with this purple, or darker with the other one. But collect email addresses. Get a sense of get to know and then launch mastermind communities. Does that make sense? It's like, it's not half-assed this shit anymore. Help me out, folks. Alright, so that looks kind of cool. Well, the layout's a little like conflicting with all these icons, but I'm not feeling much of a... That's fine. So this is where I can put that little bit in. There's just a small handful of questions, and I'll have to go back and forth with a little bit of editing to kind of explain the standard deviation. Not everyone's going to understand it. We're probably going to get some really wonky responses. We might get some bots responding. Like, I don't actually know how this is going to work. But I have a master plan. It's the WebOS. I need help with it. Okay, so how do I do it? Now I could actually record a few takes of me just going through and trying to like get some of that real audio. Kids are going to be home in like 10 minutes. Probably shouldn't take longer than that though. Might be a good quick run through. So let's try it. We're going to turn on, where's OBS? Wrong icon. I don't think this has to be, this doesn't have to be like full screened, because I think I can just zoom around with this one. I'm going to export all these images because the Figma full screen leaves a 1 pixel border on there anyway, and that's a pain in the butt. So I don't know, but then I could just zoom it in and not have to deal with it, and not have to export and import all the images. But then I still have to slice them up, and recording video of a still image is just makes me feel bad inside. So I think we'll do it the better way of exporting all the images. So well, first let me do a quick run of this without recording. So basically, we have the intro, and then there are 2 ways to join my mastermind community. First is for free, and the second is for $10 a month. So I'm going to kind of create 2 communities in one, and maybe I talk about a Discord server. I don't know. See, I'm already like, I don't know if this is like just losing people. They're like, blah, what is this fucking 3 different chaotic styling, and it's just not very cohesive, right? Like, that's what I was trying to get to with like this whole cohesion thing, is it's fuck. See, second guessing myself just makes me want to give up on the whole thing right away. It's like, got a long way to go here, a lot of decisions to be made, and that free is a little too big. I think that's better. So I could start with the WebOS and be like, guys, I got a really good idea. I think this is worth a lot of money. It's kind of complicated, but I want to tell you how it works. It's kind of complicated, and I want to tell you how it works. And, not but. But I'm looking to build a community to help me make it happen. And I'm looking for people. I'm really looking for anyone right now who can help me, but I'm looking for some people in particular, like JavaScript developers and Figma designers, that can help me turn this into a reality. Now, there's 2 ways to join. You can join for free, or you can pay $10 a month to join the Badass community. Well, so if the whole thing's based on the WebOS, and that's like the bait, and then I say, oh, well, it's going to cost $10 a month, well, so yeah, it's a tough sell, no matter how you slice it. It's just not guaranteed to convince people, and I think it's very likely to get kind of confusing pretty quick. And I do think the 2 different themes here, is this bad? Whoops, I was thinking about making that just a touch bigger. Is it bad to show both of them at once? So I just adjusted this, and I made this one smaller on the other one and didn't make it smaller up here. I don't know, man. Put that there and then delete this one so it's actually the same. This is that consistency problem we've been talking about. Once you have 2 of the same thing, it's a little weird, but that's how I'm trying to figure this out. I'm editing my presentation in Figma and then trying to import it into Resolve to edit it down. So, yeah, I mean, I think putting myself up there is... Should I tell people I have 0 members so far? Because, like... well, you're given, if you're coming forward with all the negatives, it's like giving people a pretty easy way to skip it. And right now I can't afford to dump another $100 and get 0 results. So, well, so the list
the list is going to be private to begin with, but I can send out email updates and see how it goes. I would like to get people in there first, right? So like when I get some of the people that I know to come, that it's not just this kind of silence, that I get people who are kind of actively working with me to kind of build this thing up. And so well, so the WebOS and the Mastermind community are kind of two separate like skill sets or focuses or outcomes. One of them is like about using Discord and doing marketing to build a community. The question is, well, then what do you work on? And so that's where the WebOS comes in, and it's sort of like, you know, my life's work. I mean, all right, I can't give up on this. I got to make this happen. I got to try and stay focused. How do I get from the initial... I mean, I do think branching this off and kind of putting a decision on people is... maybe I start with an introduction. My name is Michael Lewis. And I'm looking to build a digital mastermind community. Maybe we get rid of free right here. And maybe this needs to get bigger then, as it was. But should I delete this one and go get the other one? Wasn't it right here? Oh, I guess I don't even have it anymore. Where is it? This one, I guess. Copy. Then get into the 2 ways to join. I don't know, the whole like segmentation thing, it's not even that important and it's kind of confusing. Is this what people want? I don't know. I don't think this is the right color on this mastermind text. It's still that, it's the wrong one. I changed it and didn't change it here. What? Just get rid of these and make it this, I think, is a little bit easier. Softer on the eyes. Didn't do it there either. Whatever. That's annoying. I should just ignore that. Oh, this isn't an auto layout, so neither is that one. You can just delete this and put this over there. I don't know. I don't know if I need to take a step back and think this through. I think I made some decent progress today, but honestly, a lot of it's just been kind of same old, like turning around in circles, not getting anywhere. I do think the forum is a good way to go. Let me kind of pull up my notes here. Yeah, I do think just keeping this the survey super simple is a good idea. We can talk about ideas and conspiracy theories later, but why do I have all these empty notes? Yeah, life is crazy. I do want to make some big money. But I'm kind of lacking inspiration right now. So, you know, when I eat that edible and blast off, yeah, I mean, that's obviously hiring 1,000 of the best software people is going to cost a lot of money. And so I can't do that immediately unless Elon Musk wants to help me or something like that. Computer Science 101. What was I saying here? Defaults and overrides. Yeah. Help me make the best goddamn WebOS the world has ever seen. Yep. Let's fucking do it, man. I don't know. This logo here is kind of over the top, and it's hard. It'd be hard to put that on like a website in a readable way. If you put it at the top of the website, it'd either have to be too big or you'd have to make it too small to read. What's the fucked up part? Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Yeah, I could definitely help others, but if I can't do it myself, I can't help other people do it. I have massive, inevitable, impossible, rigged potential, spiritual battle, a game. I don't know. Yep, that's true and kind of funny. What if the aliens had control of the software? What if they can read your mind? What if they have control over the spiritual software? Like, well, it's brain or your light body. Or maybe it's just some sort of computer. I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of fishy. Yep, so, and then we kind of fizzled out. Well, here it is, and I don't know, the whole thing about digital production and focusing on Upwork and whatever, that's a good idea, and I do need some money for it. And so, like, separating this all out is like, should I go with the crazy spacey theme? Or I think maybe I need to pick one. And maybe it's time to get rid of the other one. But I don't know. I kind of think the more business professional theme is better because it's less flashy and over the top and it's more believable. But mixing them together... well, so I guess part of the thing was which one do you think would do better? I mean, I could ask people, like, I could just kind of leave the money thing out of it for now and be like, which one do you think is better? Yeah, that sounds like a good way to go. I mean... this whole bio bit about all my skills here is absolute bullshit. Like, I've done very minimal. I've done no AR and VR and very minimal 3D, but it's sort of like a template, right? It's just sort of like supposed to look cool. It's a little bit too, I don't know, imbalanced or something. I could make this smaller, and the way that's resizing looks a little glitchy. I was thinking about maybe making that bigger, but maybe just keeping that smaller is not a bad idea. I don't know. I made it a little bit too small to read, but whatever. So this is me trying to make a mastermind community. Would like to focus on digital production, Upwork, you know, just basically hiring people on Upwork. I want to tell you about the best idea I have, which is the WebOS. I mean, this is exactly the same video I made before, and so I'm just kind of like going around in circles again. It is a big idea, and if you want to know more about it, I really would like to tell you, but I want to figure out, well, I really need to get people to pay me, so so first I could ask which one you like better, and one of them is more of like a business, you know, startup kind of a thing, and one of them's more of a badass motherfucker kind of a thing. And so, I don't know. I think one's going to be free and one's going to be $10 a month. And I'm not sure whether people will want, I mean, logically you might want to just join for free and not have to pay $10 a month, but what if the $10 a month community is way better and, you know, completely worth the money? Now, I can't promise that's going to be the case, and there's really nothing to experience just yet. And I'm feeling a little bit of a pain in the back of my eyeball right now, which is like life telling me that I should just take a break, give it a rest or whatever. But I really want to try and think this through. I want to try and get the ideas to connect together. And I don't know, I don't think going through the laundry list of who I'm looking for, oh yeah, the Google Forms. I don't know if these should be purple. That's kind of weird, actually. They could just be gray, right? Oh, here come the kids. Hello? How do I make this darker? Oh, this looks like it's already set up with a little overlay on there, but that's not. We really just want a solid color that makes it darker. But then these need to go way lighter, right? Or should these just be light gray? Maybe that's what we're looking for, like a UI thing. I don't know why there's a line on those. That's like my little shadow effect. I think it's just the stroke we can get rid of. There, that looks better. Doesn't need to be purple. These are a little bit thick. Can we tone those down? Boom. Okay, so I don't know, the get to know each other thing people probably don't want. Let's really get feedback. Isn't en masse a proper term there? Let's see. Alright, this is what I would use ChatGPT for. What does en masse mean? Yeah, that's what we mean. But like a massive group rather than a small group. Hello?
Amari tried to threaten Elijah again.
Who's Amari?
The kid who beat him up.
What happened?
What was Amari?
Alright, I'm gonna stop streaming.